Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting of January 11th, 2024, first one of the year. Before we go into our public hearings, I'll briefly go over kind of how each case will go. We'll get a presentation from staff, and then a presentation from the applicant if they have additional information to provide. Then we'll open up public comment. Everyone will get up to 3 minutes to provide public comment on each case. And then we will go into planning commission discussion and decisions. Before we get started, Kristen has an item.
So I just wanted to publicly thank Kyle for his years of service, both on the Planning Commission as well as his leadership. So we prepared a certificate, so I'll just read that for the Commission. This certificate is presented to Kyle Van Strien in recognition of his composed long road of service through cannabis weeds and pandemic upheaval from May 1st, 2012, including chairing the Commission in stride with distilled wit and decisive tact. Distilled. Thank you. So, thank you very much, Kyle. We've appreciated your leadership.
Okay, any conflicts of interest or potential conflicts of interest? Yeah, I thought that might be coming.
Yeah, I have a potential conflict for 2040 South Division, as I work for Pure Architects, and they are working on that project.
Are you personally working on the project?
Not extensively, but people ask me questions and I answer them. So
I'll make a motion that the commissioner has a conflict of interest.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Case.
Support. I'm sorry, who supported? Me. Oh, great. Okay. All right, I have a motion and support. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then you will step out for that case. Okay, with that, we can get started on our first case, 201-231 Fulton Street. Laura.
So our first case is a request to establish a new cocktail lounge.
Is your microphone on, Laura?
It is on. Can you hear it?
Maybe pull it towards you. Sorry. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay, so this is a request for a new cocktail lounge at 201 West Fulton Street. It is in the, it will be in the lobby level of the Plaza Towers building. So it is downtown. As you can see, the building is the area not shaded green, the donut hole in the middle here, the corner, northwest corner of Monroe and Fulton. It's downtown, so the zoning designation is traditional neighborhood city center. It is addressed by the GR Forward plan. It's identified as downtown riverfront. Establishments of entertainment and retail and bars are supported by both the community master plan and the GR Forward plan at this location. Surrounding the zone district is all TNCC and mixed use. Here's an aerial image of the Plaza Tower building, the tall building downtown. Many people are familiar with seeing. And like I said, the lounge will be inside the lobby area of the Plaza Towers. There will be one exterior entrance door, and it's this door in the red box there on the south side of the building along Fulton Street. That will be the main entrance into the lounge itself. There is an internal connection to the lobby, but that will be closed and used for emergency egress only. So the public entrance will be facing Fulton Street. So this image will show you the general first floor setup of the building. The new lounge will be on the southwest corner of the building. It was an established lounge area as an amenity, intended to be an amenity for the residents of the building. So there wasn't much to do to it to turn it into a commercial lounge. I believe there is a building permit, and the applicant can confirm this. There's a building permit open for renovation of this office right here at the south side near the stairwell for the restrooms to serve the establishment. And this image also illustrates where this door is to the Plaza Towers lobby that will be used for emergency exit only. The new lounge it'll be small. It's just a little over 1,000 square feet in area, and the occupancy will be 51 people. So it's not intended to be big. The intent is for it to be a quiet, subdued environment. No food will be served. The hours will be from 5 p.m. to midnight, Monday through Thursday, and 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. There is no live entertainment proposed with this request either. We have in the packet an operations management plan that was submitted with the request. The establishment is subject to CPTED, which is our crime prevention through environmental design. However, it won't need to do much to meet the CPTED requirements as it is all internally situated in the building. And the last thing is parking. Because this is city center, there is no parking requirement. There is no parking on the site either. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me?
Thanks, Laura. Any questions?
This might be for the developer, but is this adjacent to the lobby of the hotel?
Of the Plaza Towers apartment building.
Plaza Towers apartment building. So it's off the side?
It's off Fulton Street.
Okay. Oh, I got it. Okay, thank you. Now I see.
Any other questions? Okay, then we'll have the applicant come up and provide us anything else they want to share.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time today as well. My name is Rob Hanks. I am a longtime member of the Grand Rapids community, in the bartending community specifically. This is meant to be a part of the city that I believe to be missing in the culinary spectrum. You know, say you have an evening out, as was mentioned by Laura earlier, this will be a small, contained, quiet, adult sort of establishment. Say you're going to ballet or a show at the new amphitheater that's coming, or Van Andel, whatever it may be, getting dressed up, going out, you make a reservation for dinner, you get your show tickets, you're all dressed up. What do you do after that? I don't think that there's a ton to do if you're all dressed up in a gown and a suit and whatnot. So we're trying to bring a little bit more to a nightlife aspect in a higher echelon, if that makes sense. I do believe that everything else was covered adequately before. The restrooms, as was shown earlier, to be off of the lobby. We are actually in current construction of those restrooms right now, and they are slated to be done at the end of the month. So we will not be using the restrooms in the lobby of the apartments any longer. So that can be amended.
Any questions for the applicant? I'm wondering about the entrance, the entry door. Are there going to be modifications made to, is there going to be a change to that door? Are there exterior modifications that are going to be made? And also, could you clarify about is that entrance, does it just require steps? What are your plans for ensuring ADA accessibility?
Sure. So yes, that is the main entrance to the space. However, through the apartment lobby, we do have wheelchair accessibility ramp, which obviously would require a member of the management team on board to facilitate that, which we have the ability to go through those doors, through that door rather, from the lobby into the lounge. So that would, under those circumstances, that would be used in that capacity. However, it will be entirely through that south door entrance there. There are no planned changes to that door for the time being. And just to give you a little bit of a scale of that door is probably about 8 feet tall and about 4 feet wide.
Other questions? Okay, you can have a seat, and I will open up the public hearing. If you're here about this case, please come to the mic and tell us your thoughts.
My name is Hal Fruit. I live at Plaza Towers in the condominium side. And I do have a few concerns. And looking at your standards, looks like they're going to be specific to 3D and E3, those areas. A little bit of history first. Plaza Towers consist of 6 condominiums, hotel, apartments, condominiums were owners, retail, parking, and the property along the river. Costs are based on a percentage allocation to each of the above units by square footage. My concern is, one, that has the master deed been updated to reflect the change in square footage from apartments to retail? That affects the allocation percentages to each of those units, and I don't know if that's been done yet. Condominium residents were never made aware of this project until public notice was given and we got the green postcard. All costs with respect to the lounge should not be shared by other units, such as increased overall insurance cost due to a liquor license there, and if that increases the umbrella insurance, that gets passed along to all units within the condominium association, all of those 6. Any additional maintenance costs should not be shared. They should be specifically borne by that unit, by the lounge itself. Same with security and any cost related to shared management, such as accounting. Those should all be borne by the lounge only and not part of common and shared by the other 6 condominium units that are within there. Another thing that is a concern is that entrance door is off the parking ramp entrance to the apartment parking, which goes down along the side of the building, which would be on the west side of the building. So anybody entering or exiting from the apartment parking would pass by that door. It is also a public area for people drop-off who are going into the apartments. That is the drop-off and pickup place for residents of the apartments. So at this point, I would urge that this be put on hold until all of these concerns can be verified, especially that the master deed and all allocations have been properly documented, so they are not passed along to one of the 6 condominium units within the major project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this case? Okay, I will close the public hearing. Did you want to address any of that came up? Great.
There is one aspect of that I would like to clarify. I had reached out to the condo association to give them heads up of a meeting that we were having for anybody who had concerns within the space. I need to pull up her name again, whoever the person is who handles the message boards for the condo. However, I have reached out to them, though. As far as the master deed aspects are concerned, that is outside of my purview.
Could you talk about the potential conflicts between folks going into the parking ramp and drop off and how pedestrians are going to be
Certainly, yeah.
across that space?
So along that space, there is a sidewalk there. The space is also very clearly designated to be a loading zone specifically for the purpose of dropping off. Even though there are plenty of cars parked there, that is not the intended purpose of that. So any traffic through there will be quick. I would assume that will be Ubers or other safer means of traffic. I don't really see a lot of people mingling in that area. We will be taking reservations as well, so people will have a very good idea as to whether or not they're going to be coming in. We're not planning on having any loitering outside of the space as well. And we are also going to be having a hired door person on hand as well to mitigate that traffic.
Can you remind me of what was there before?
In the lounge space,
Yes.
it was previously constructed to be a lounge as well,
Yeah.
but as an amenity for the apartment people.
I would kind of think that the master deed would, and the way they allocate common space, that already would be established, but I don't know that that comes under our purview.
Yeah, that was going to be my comment. I don't think the deed or the insurance is not something that is one of our considerations. That's a private matter with the landowners and the business. I guess the only concern that I did have was the comment about the door. Knowing that you'll have a door person, will people who are coming here, will they be stopped outside or will they come inside the door to talk with the host? Will there be an area for them to wait inside, or is the expectation that they come back when there's a table ready for them?
Yes, excuse me. So the door person we will be having on staff for the busier nights, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So people will be stopped before they enter the space. We do have a maitre d' who will be greeting everybody at the front door or at the door once they enter into the lounge as well to handle their reservation, which we will be having reservation capabilities. I'm not sure if I mentioned that earlier. So I suppose, and I'm sorry, could you ask a question again?
Yeah, I'm just curious if there's an expectation that people will be waiting outside.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, we will be very clearly telling people that they will not be allowed to stay within the lounge. I mean, we have an occupancy for 51 persons, and we intend to use all 51 of those at any given point. So there will not be room for anybody to stand or wait inside. Part of the technology that we do have for our reservation system is called waitlist. So once you come into the bar or you get your name on the waitlist, you will get an automated text message that will tell you when you can come back. So I think that should be pretty straightforward enough for most guests to know, don't stand outside of our door for a half hour or whatever it might be.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So there is going to be a person stationed outside that Fulton Street door entrance. When folks then come in, they have to walk downstairs and then go inside the lounge where then they'll meet with the host?
Yes, with the host, and then they will be taken to their spot that has been reserved for them at that time.
Okay.
Just this image on the screen is a little bit challenging. If you go on your Google Maps, you can see that there's I'm guessing about a 6 or 7 foot sidewalk. I can show you here. If you take the angle from Monroe, the street view, you can see that there's a walkway that leads down to the door. The Planning Commission won't look at my screen. It's a little bit more of a helpful image, I think, than the head-on. Excuse me. So that if that sidewalk's, I'm ballparking 6 feet, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The person would be stationed physically there with some sort of chair or
Yeah.
podium.
Yes.
Okay, so is that an accessible walkway, though, that's required? I would imagine that having a person stationed there would be blocking that sidewalk. I'm just curious how that would be managed.
Where that door is located is at the very end of that turnaround area, the drop-off area. So there's not really anywhere else where anybody should be walking past that door anyways. You'd be walking down that ramp, which is to the parking for the condos and for the Courtyard Hotel. And that's not really that's a place where, in my experience, the majority of the building service team members, they utilize that walkway, but the public does not.
Not the public, but residents can use that door to leave the ramp to come out towards Monroe.
They can, yes.
Is there room on that would be the west side of the door that leads towards the garage? Or on the left side of the door in this image on the screen? Is that where the host would stand?
Yes.
So I can get out the door, turn left to go towards Monroe and have a clear sidewalk. It wouldn't be blocked by your host stand, I guess. or your
Correct,
host.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you discuss a little bit about the accessibility as you see a person that might lack mobility would access your location? That seems a little convoluted to me since we can't use that as an entry point through the apartment/condo area, but yet you're saying we can, but we can't. So like how might one navigate that is what I'm wondering.
Certainly. That's going to be handled, I believe, on a case-by-case basis. And that would, so on the east side of the building there is the ramp that is the accessibility to the apartment lobby as well. So my assumption is that we would be able to utilize that to get guests that need a little more assistance in that manner in through the door that is normally used for emergency exit only. However, we will be able to have the opportunity, but it will be a person of the management team to be able to handle that.
You can see where that doesn't create a very equitable or inclusive experience, right?
Yeah, 100%, yes. The space does present a little bit of a challenge being on a lightly higher elevated area. However, this is our best opportunity to be able to execute this.
How would a person know that? Would the door person be able to respond and guide that person to where they need it, or?
Yes, yeah.
Somehow, it doesn't seem that would be communicated otherwise.
Certainly. The expectation is that the person stationed at the door will be able to have a direct line of communication with the management team that's located inside of the bar. And then they will be able to direct the guest over to the area where they can then convene with the management team.
Which is fine maybe on a Thursday, Friday, or a Saturday.
Certainly.
Those are not the only days you're open.
Certainly. I have no problem bringing on a door person for the entire week, truthfully, because that is a portion of, that is a decent chunk of space that does need to be handled. So we can amend that and bring it and have the door person on every day of the week. It wouldn't be an issue at all.
Just so the Planning Commission is aware, we recognized what might have been ADA challenges with this initial plan and did request that the building official review their plan. There will be some signage or communication that would be required on that door in the event that there is not a host physically present to be able to provide that guidance. And their plan, what was communicated to the building official about their ADA plan and their compliance with that does seem possible and compliant with the ADA code. Of course, we will be reviewing that prior to the issuance of any building and occupancy permits as well to confirm that their plan does remain compliant with the applicable laws.
Any other questions for the applicant? Staff? Okay, you can have a seat and discussion.
I think it seems that it's a good use, and I think that the building was built out to have retail or restaurant establishments along Fulton Street, so I think it adds activity to the street that would be positive for downtown, and of course, what's going to be happening probably across the street and with the amphitheater. That whole, when it turns into Market Street, is going to become more active as well.
Yeah, I agree. This is a, busy part of downtown. I think it's a nice addition to what's happening here. I like the creative use of small spaces. Seen this in other cities. I think it's a good use here. I'm supportive.
Yeah, I agree. Anyone willing to make a motion?
I can make a motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the site plan review and special land use request of Night Watch GR LLC, Robert Hanks, for a new cocktail lounge located on the main floor of the Plaza Towers building, to be open until 1 a.m. with no live entertainment or dancing at 201 West Fulton Street for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will be located in an area designated by the GR Forward Plan for ground floor retail or entertainment uses, and it will reflect the purpose and intent of the TNCC zone district, encouraging the reuse of existing buildings. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because the proposed use will be located internally within an existing building. The design of the existing building is consistent with the standards of the zone district. 3A, the proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood. The use has the support of neighboring businesses. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because the building and its entrances will be appropriately located. A dedicated entrance for the lounge will front Fulton Street. 3C, the proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to the existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter because late night activity is expected and appropriate in downtown locations. No outdoor seating or live entertainment is proposed. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because no changes are proposed to the existing building. 5A, adequate public or private infrastructure and services do already exist or would be provided at no additional cost and will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. Because the site is currently improved with the public infrastructure, reliance on additional public services is not anticipated. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require excessive code enforcement actions given the proposed scale, hours, and location. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the area is underserved by the proposed use and that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because as proposed, the use will be unique as compared to existing uses in the neighborhood. The use will contribute to the vitality of the district. Downtown is an appropriate location for this type of use. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the scale of the operation will inherently limit the intensity and impact of the use. The proposed hours of operation are consistent with other establishments in the vicinity. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because the use will be relatively small in scale. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A approvals. That the application and plan submitted by the applicant and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and/or as amended in this resolution. That the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony as recorded in the Planning Commission minutes. That this approval does not include any proposed signs and any future signs shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation. Number 4, that a land use development services permit, building permit, and all other required permits be obtained from the City of Grand Rapids prior to construction, demolition, or operation. Number 5, that any expansion of the approved special land use requires an additional special land use review and approval by the Planning Commission. Number 6, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws. Number 7, that this approval shall take effect 16 calendar days after the date of the Planning Commission's decision.
Support. Okay, we have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, our next case is 357 Knapp Street Northeast. It looks like Elizabeth will be taking us through this one. Oh, don't forget.
The next item on the agenda is 357 Knapp. We originally also included, I've forgotten the address, I think it was now I've forgotten. 345 Knapp in it, which is the parking lot. That isn't actually part of the approval. It's an existing parking lot that they will be using, but no special land use is no special land use in this application is associated with that. So we have two applicants, and they're seeking approval to establish a child care center, and as well as a second floor residential apartment in the existing building on the site. And this is before you today because child care centers and multiple family units require special land use approval in the TN LDR zone district. This is a building that was constructed in 1910. You know, it was probably a corner store at one time, and most likely there were other homes in the vicinity. You know, the original building's there, but it is zoned low-density residential. And as you can see, we have LDR everywhere else in the neighborhood, and we have Briggs Park across the street. So there's this existing building, a portion of which is 2 stories. It was a grocery for a long time. In 1999, a variance allowed the combination of this building, this multi-use building, with this house that I'm pointing to at the right of the screen, 2007 Oakwood. So they're both on the same site now. And I'm going to go back here. You can see how they're on the same lot, and you can see everything's all paved. That, you know, I think that combination was to facilitate additional parking. Okay, so the most recent approval was in 2000 to use the commercial building for an assembly hall and community center. And I know that the building has been vacant for a number of years. I believe that the house has been continuously occupied. So the building has about a 4,200 square foot ground floor unit and a 1,000 square foot 3-bedroom apartment on the second floor. The commercial and residential units are completely separate. You can't go from the ground floor to the second floor. There's a stairway on the outside that leads to that second floor. There's the single-family dwelling. It's about 1,100 square feet and has 4 bedrooms. There's an alley at the a north-south alley that goes to Knapp. It does end at this property, and this has been like this for, you know, decades. It's paved over the alley and striped. And then there's another shared access on Oakwood. The only green space on the site is the front yard, the lawn for 2007 Oakwood, and then there's a non-conforming pole sign. I'll kind of just go back to the, this is a good one. You can see all the improvements pretty clearly. There's a number of parking spaces on site, and then associated with this property, it's owned by the same owner, is 345 Knapp. That did get approval to be used as a parking lot decades ago, and it's all paved and striped. And here's a couple of views of the building. We've got upper floor. This is an older photo, but Google Street View didn't drive down this street later. We've got no ground floor windows on the Oakwood side, but we do have Upper floor windows, there's no windows on the back of the building there. No windows on the west side. There are some windows on the upper level. And then this one's a little, newer. And you can see it's been painted, and you can see what the windows look like. These were, I think, the original windows, and decades ago, I believe, the windows were changed to be smaller. The applicant is not proposing any physical changes to the site or the building. So relative to use considerations, for the child care center, the interior of the first floor will be renovated to create 3 separate classrooms. And 1, 2, 3, and a kitchen. The applicant, both applicants have met with our building department, so they are aware of what physical changes might be needed to bring the spaces up to building code. The westerly of the 2 doors facing Knapp will be utilized as the main entrance to the daycare. There'll be a new door for emergency egress. Operating hours of the daycare are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5:40 p.m. A total of 11 employees are anticipated. As far as outdoor play area, both the state requires and our zoning ordinance requires, consistent with state requirements, that there be outdoor play area. The state does allow use of a nearby park as a play area, and it is right across the street, so that would work out very well. The applicant anticipates increased traffic times related to drop-off and pickup during the times that we would all anticipate, before and after work, 7:30 to 8 a.m. and then 5:30 to 5:45 p.m. However, parents may, or caregivers may drop off or pick up their children at any time. On-site parking spaces will be available for use by caregivers and during drop-off and pickup, and there's also additional on-street parking right in front of the building, and there's also the supplemental parking lot west of the alley. Onto the second floor apartment. We actually had to do quite a bit of, we, meaning Laura, did a bunch of research, quite a bit of research on this. The property was purchased by the current owner in October of 2021, and at that time, the apartment was in existence, and it does seem like that apartment had been there for a long time. However, we could find no permits or anything. It hasn't been registered or certified. I mean, and it appears like it's been there for decades, and there's no record of it. So to utilize this apartment, to make this legal, since Ms. Bridgeforth was proposing this application, we decided to roll this dwelling unit into the application as well, so that the applicant could have a legal dwelling unit. Let's see. So that's basically it. It's a dwelling unit that has been sort of illegally used for decades, and we're trying to make it legal. As I mentioned before, this is in the LDR zone district. It is large enough to support both of these uses pursuant to zoning requirements. Now, we do look at transparency, and I did go over that in detail with you already. So that might be something that the Planning Commission wants to talk about or think about. Also, the site, it's pretty much all paved. It's up to the Planning Commission whether you'll want any site upgrades there. Oh, as far as parking goes, this will meet the parking requirement with that additional parking lot west of the alley. Both applicants have individually reached out to neighboring residents and businesses, as well as the Creston Neighborhood Association. We've only received one letter of correspondence, and that was a letter expressing support for a child care center. However, the letter did express some concern about vehicles parking on neighborhood streets. So in sum, we're looking at a ground floor child care center and a second floor residential unit. And the impact of the proposed use of these proposed uses on the neighborhood and nearby properties. And I'll be happy to answer any questions should you have them.
Great, thanks, Elizabeth. Any questions for Elizabeth?
I actually do. One of the things that we really probably have to have a discussion on up here is to what extent we should be brought up to compliance, right? So is there anything that we should be walking through right now in relationship to that, to ask those questions?
I sort of struggled with this because they aren't, the site is already paved. It was, the site is today as it was approved by variance. So that was something that I didn't come up with a clear recommendation on because the site is as it was approved. The only area that I really thought could be addressed might be they could do some parking lot screening here where I'm showing west of the building. I also thought about street trees, but then we have overhead lines here, so I sort of struggled with this. So I guess I'm going to have to leave that up to you, whether you find that to be imperative. I think we're also sort of happy that like improvements are being made to this building. So I think we're really excited to have this building be fully utilized with real positive uses, things that we need in our community. So those were some things I was thinking about.
And I don't know what that line is, but there's very strict issues on the building for state licensing that I imagine would come into play for this. I've not been through that process, but I know it's pretty rigorous.
The operator will need to meet the state licensing requirements as well as state building requirements that are administered by the city. And that, I think, resulted in, I don't know if there were additional doors that needed to be installed. We both applicants sat down with our building official to understand what was required for both of the uses.
Do we know if these plans represent the outcomes of those conversations?
Oh, no, these are conceptual plans. I mean,
So I guess I have a question about process, just because there are significant code issues with the plan that we're being shown, which means that things are going to change. And typically, we are looking at plans and elevations to see how these uses relate to the street and relate to the public space. And so if those are going to change, are we supposed to just make a determination based on what we have, and that the plan changes don't matter? Or I'm confused about how we're supposed to do what we're supposed to do with plans that aren't currently accurate.
they won't, none of the changes will result in plans that are materially different from what you're seeing here. For instance, the second floor dwelling unit will need to be sprinkled and separated. No need to really show that on the plan. The applicant knows it, and it's a condition of approval. So that will need to be done. And I think, if I recall correctly, we talked about for the interior classrooms, you need to, if they don't have a door directly to the outside, they need to be X feet from an exterior door. And this will meet those requirements.
What about signage and facade improvements or anything like that? I mean,
Well, signage, that's an excellent question, because I guess it would be an institutional use. Our LDR zone districts have signage allowances for institutional uses. So they'll be able to get signage that is just by right in the zone district. And then as far as facade improvements, as I discussed, they weren't planning on making any exterior changes to the facade.
I would be surprised, where the classrooms are, that you wouldn't need more windows, it would seem, for lighting. But I don't know, like I said, I don't know where we end and where they start. But if this is what is already approved, just,
So the applicant will need to submit a building permit that meets, she'll need to submit plans prepared by a design professional for this change of use. And it will generally reflect this plan. We receive conceptual plans all the time. We always look at conceptual plans. It's rare that an applicant comes forth with final design plans because generally folks don't want to make the financial investment if they don't know that they will be able to pursue the project. So I would suggest that this is not at all unusual. I mean, it's a hand-drawn plan, so that's a little unusual, but the applicant will be engaging a licensed architect to prepare a plan.
Great.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No.
It's definitely a balance, Brian, to your question. And typically, we try to gauge as staff how far the plans need to be developed for the Planning Commission to feel comfortable with the proposed use. So in this case, the use is pretty straightforward. You're absolutely right. There will be modifications that will be required as they move through the permitting process. What we look for as staff is to try to gauge what would be material to the Planning Commission's consideration. So, for example, the removal of windows, if windows or transparency was an element that was discussed by the Planning Commission, we would look at that and say, well, that was material to the use being approved, therefore that would need to come back to the Planning Commission. So there's inherent risks that the applicant incurs by coming forward with plans as conceptual as this, because if there's changes that do end up being material to your decision, then they would need to come back before you. Otherwise, in the past, the Planning Commission has allowed staff to work through, in this case, it would be more of the architectural renovations, for the exterior architectural renovations that would seem to be the most obvious. Certainly, classroom sizes, occupancy, things like that would be material as well. So that's, I think, if that's helpful, if through these conversations, the Planning Commission sets a different expectation for us, we can absolutely adjust to that expectation when we're providing that guidance. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The second question that was asked that I heard was about non-conforming site elements. So Section 5306 of the zoning ordinance does provide the Planning Commission with some guidance and quite a bit of latitude. So it talks about non-conforming site elements such as the lack of landscaping. And I think Elizabeth is correct that we'd probably be most comfortable and it would be most appropriate for the Planning Commission to stay focused on the actual site of 357 versus looking at the parking lot. But it does talk about where the Planning Commission has a special land use permit, you have the ability to look at non-conforming elements and determine what level, if any, upgrade are needed. You've got conditions or standards to guide that. Talks about reasonable site improvements relative to the scale and cost of construction of the building improvements or expansion, meaning that if there is a significant investment that would be needed to bring the site up to conformance, it may not be appropriately scaled to the level of investment that's being made to operate the use itself. Talks about that you have the ability to address any safety-related issues. So parking immediately adjacent a sidewalk would be a reasonable safety concern, I would expect. Talks about minor expansions that if there is some resurfacing and such being done, that you could also incorporate some upgrades relative to bringing the site further into conformance. And then it guides you back to your Article 11, which is the landscape screening requirements for different sites, and then also gives you the ability to look at driveways for either the removal of driveways that presumably could pose a safety concern and or the relocation of a drive for similar reasons. So those are some of the standards in the ordinance that are to be used to guide you of, do you think that some upgrades are needed, but you have latitude to not require full compliance.
We didn't talk at all about traffic pickups, drop-offs, that sort of thing?
I'll defer that to
Thank
the
you.
applicant if you don't mind.
Excellent, thanks.
All right, if there's nothing else for Elizabeth, we'll have the applicant come forward and.
Feel free to advance or go back on the slides, or I can follow along. I have a clicker.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Houston Moyer. I own the building here at 357 Yap Street. It's been vacant, as Ms. Zeller said, since I've bought the building, and I think for many years before that. So I'm excited that we have the opportunity to put a use in there, and I think a use that the neighborhood needs and that the city needs in general. There is, as she explained, the upper three-bedroom apartment that's been fully renovated and just needs, the stamp of approval to make it a legal use for the neighborhood. So I don't think that I have too much to add to her presentation. Some of the things that were discussed about the, landscape and the building site elements do become challenging since the building itself sits on the corner with the parking lot. I don't know if there was a good picture like here. There is some separation, maybe not full screening requirements, but there's like a little curb here that separates the parking lot from the sidewalk and creates a barrier, at least for vehicle traffic, to make sure that the vehicles aren't interfering with the sidewalk. We have met with the Creston Neighborhood Association, and the flow of traffic and the pickup and drop-offs, I think, were discussed, and there were, a few different ideas that could be discussed as far as coming in one drive and out the other drive to avoid any congestion, on the Yap side. But I guess, any recommendations or requirements would be, appreciated from you guys. And my co-applicant, Sharonda, is the operator of the daycare, so she can, speak to you guys about the actual use that she has planned, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Any questions?
So on the Knapp elevation, we've got a green circle that shows the additional pickup drop-off. In the street view, it shows that on the telephone pole, there's a no parking towards the intersection, but parking on the street is okay the other direction. But it's sort of a partial curb there. Is the expectation for pickup and drop-off that people are pulling up into that asphalt area? Or
I think that's.
is it the street wide enough there that people are supposed to be parking on the street?
I think the expectation is that you would pull onto that area. It's a unique layout there, as it's kind of like the Parkway, but it's asphalt and has been. The street, I mean, to park fully on the street probably isn't the best option there.
Yeah, I can see, I mean, it goes, the street view goes all the way back to 2007. It was already asphalt then. It's probably long before you owned it. In a perfect world, having kind of a curb bump out there would be ideal where people could pull off. But just trying to consider safety, and if people are indeed pulling off onto that, which I don't even know if that's something that we could suggest or be okay with, but
No.
then some sort of a barrier between that and the sidewalk, I think would be
Yeah,
necessary.
I'm looking at Ariana back there, but I think I'm comfortable saying no, the city would not formalize any arrangement where you're pulling up into the terrace between the sidewalk and what is supposed to be the curb of the street. Clearly, there's some improvements that are needed there, but no, that would not be an appropriate drop-off location that we would formalize through this process. And a bump out might seem appropriate for the user, but with our vital street standards, we would still have an expectation that there be green space, then the sidewalk, then the private property. And so by formalizing the bump out would only leave a 6-foot sidewalk without that green space, and that would not be consistent with our vital street standards. It does look like the street itself is wide enough to support on-street parking without any sort of barrier. I understand that vehicles will likely pull further away from the street towards the sidewalk, but that's not a practice that would likely be able to continue when the street rebuilds the street. Sorry, when the city rebuilds the street.
So in the meantime, is that something that we condition for in that space, or do we just not touch it? It seems relevant to safety, as Kyle has pointed out.
To what? I'm sorry, to formalize it or to remove it?
I think maybe the best approach is to say that the plan that was submitted to us that shows this as additional pickup drop-off, we're not okay with how that's presented to us, and so suggesting that they don't utilize it for that.
That would be fine.
And then we say, yes, maybe a one-way through the lot makes the most sense for pickup and drop-off purposes and site circulation, but we can say clearly that we're not comfortable with using that as pickup and drop-off, and then it's on them.
Right.
Yeah, I would concur. However, it is on-street parking. Somebody could pull off and, and with childcare facilities, you don't drop off and let your child walk in. Of course, you park and you get out and you walk your child into the facility. So I think you could condition your approval upon the elimination of that designated space. But that said, since the city currently allows for on-street parking, it could still be used. It just wouldn't be part of this approval process, and we wouldn't, when we reconstruct the street, which we don't have a time frame on that, it's not within the capital plan as far as we can tell, when we reconstruct the street, we wouldn't provide any consideration in its design to accommodate that drop-off.
It seems like if what I'm hearing you say, it's already allowed to have street parking there, whether it's parking for 5 minutes or 3 hours. So I don't see a problem with it being used for parents to park, bring the child in, and then leave any more than if that were a store and you went into the store and came out.
Okay, yep. Do you have anything to add related to the daycare operations? Okay. Any other questions for the applicants? Okay, I will have you take a seat and I will open,
If I may, one more thing, if you guys are considering some sort of, parking or one-way, providing guidance on what would be approved or appropriate as far as like signage or pavement markings would go, so that we don't put up a sign that would interfere with like a road sign, right?
Right.
Would be helpful, so.
for sure, yeah, typically we would have you work with staff to make sure that all of that.
Perfect.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I will open up the public hearing. If you're here on this case, please come up and tell us your thoughts.
Hey folks, Greg Hampshire, Second Ward resident, Executive Director for the Crescent Neighborhood Association. We have heard from the applicants at our Land Use Committee meeting, January 3rd, and our Land Use Committee did vote to support both projects. Unfortunately, our Board of Directors meeting is not until the end of this month, so the timeline didn't come together for us to write a letter of support, which I do believe would have happened, as this could be a great community asset. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Any other questions from commissioners? Discussion?
I brought up my family in this neighborhood, and I used to stop by when that was a grocery store to pick up something for dinner. After finding, having to stop and get them from a daycare center, this is going to be a great asset for the neighborhood. It's a commercial use, but it will add to the neighborhood across from the park. I can't think of a better way to use this building, which has been vacant for a long time.
Yeah, I think the uses are completely appropriate as well in this district and can serve the neighborhood well. I would like to talk about whether we want to condition certain coming closer to conformity. I know that they're not making exterior changes, but in terms of the transparency and the pole sign, I don't know. I want to hear folks' thoughts about that.
I'm not as, I would like to see more transparency, but I feel that if it meets the guidelines for licensing, that will be resolved in that area where it might need that. So personally, I'm not as concerned about that, because I think that they are going to make sure that the building is safe and all of the other things needed for a healthy environment for children.
I guess this one's a little difficult for me because obviously an adaptive reuse of an existing building is a big deal. But I think a lot of times when we're doing adaptive reuse and we're changing the use, we're requiring other people to meet transparency requirements. So I have a hard time not doing that in this environment. I feel like this building has very obvious areas where there used to be glazing. So returning those to glazed areas and if it still doesn't meet transparency, I think it's probably fine to use what we know to be original openings. But I have no problem with the uses proposed here. I'm sure it's already obvious. I'm a little concerned about the level of planning that's gone into this thus far. And I don't know that we get to care about it, but I think that the paved section next to the street parking, according to Google Street View, is obviously confusing for people, and putting cars very near the entrance to this building and for it to be childcare, I think that there's concerns there that maybe have nothing to do with me or this group, but.
Well, going back to the conditions that I read or the standards for non-conforming site elements, I think requiring some upgrades that, especially if they pertain to safety, like you've just correlated the two, is within your purview. If you feel like the terrace needs to be put back per city standard from perhaps the utility pole to the drive, is something that could be a condition of approval. Not to put Greg on the spot, but perhaps there's some coordination with the Corridor Improvement Authority, whether there's facade or site grant dollars that could be looked at from the applicant. That could be an avenue as well. Not really relevant to the Planning Commission's determination of whether we should or should not require upgrades, but that if upgrades are required, that could be an avenue for the applicant to explore.
The safety of that space is concerning to me in long term. So if we continue to let people pull up there and use that space, when a curb cut goes in or the street is redone, I'm afraid that people will continue to try to use that space and we're going to have traffic issues there. But that's the one point I wanted to make with it. I think the use is great. I'm happy to see this. I know childcare people are in dire need of childcare. I would like to see some of those windows return as well. Other thoughts?
Can I ask a question? In terms of adding windows, we wouldn't sit here and specify how much, or would we? I mean, how specific do we have to get in that requirement in telling them where to put them, how much, and things like that?
Yeah, typically the Planning Commission wouldn't get to that level of detail. Rather, we'd look to our standards, and I'm trying to navigate to that section quickly here. We'd look to the building element requirements, and the Planning Commission would require compliance with the transparency requirements of the zone district, and then city staff would work with the applicant on making sure that the elevations meet those requirements.
Okay, but we don't have any idea of how much that's going to be in terms of cost. I don't know.
I would not. I can tell you non-residential front facades, so that would be Knapp Street and Oakwood, would have a 40% transparency requirement. So the elevation between 2 feet and 8 feet above sidewalk would need to meet that 40% of that linear frontage of the street view.
It's just, I'm going to go back again. Well, I personally would like to see more transparency. I am not or do I think we have the expertise here to talk about what are the safety and design issues. I'm very much in support of redoing that street frontage where you already have a car pulled up on to the asphalt, which could cause safety not only for vehicular but pedestrian traffic there too. But it's just hard to know. Should child care have windows that come down to the certain level or this or that? So I feel a little bit at a disadvantage to marry those two together. As much as I think I'd like to see more windows.
I think, as far as the car parking, the white car we see there on the street, I'm reluctant to request that go back to grass because I don't think it's fair to ask them to replace the curb, which is clearly, non-existent. And I feel like people are going to pull up on the grass slightly regardless because then the lane is narrow enough that it doesn't feel like there's a full parking lane there. And I don't know that until the street is reconstructed, I don't know that putting grass in that place will be a better alternative to what's currently there. And it seems to maybe add cost. And I think on the cost I'm just, again, not really a planning issue, but the cost and availability of childcare is a huge challenge in our community, and anything that we ask them to do in addition to what they're already planning on doing just adds to that cost. And I'm just reluctant to add cost to something that I know is so challenging and hard to find accessible childcare for people already. That I haven't heard the comments from the community that they don't like the appearance of the building or the way the parking. So I don't think I would stand in the way, but I'm reluctant to add any additional site requirements just purely on that basis, actually, on this particular case.
Yeah, and in terms of creating traffic, if there are only 36 spots available, it's not going to be creating a bunch of new traffic. This is a really low-volume street, not a history of a bunch of crashes here. So, yeah, I'm not sure I would condition that either. But I'm not making motions today, so.
Do you want a motion, or do you
I
want?
mean, I guess whoever makes the motion gets to decide what they condition, so who wants it? Did you have, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, I'm kind of, I think, Aaron, you put it well, with the need is greater than having some windows opened up here. So I just wanted to convey that I am in support. And if we need a motion, I'm comfortable making it. But if we can discuss first what those conditions are going to be before I make that motion, if there will be any.
I agree with Aaron as well. I think adding cost and then, as I've said before, knowing that we're going to have another set of eyes from another agency looking at safety issues, I'm comfortable with leaving this without any other conditions.
Kristen, it sounds like from a traffic flow situation, it sounds like the applicant is looking for advice for that. The planning staff can provide that, correct?
Yes, through the permitting review process, we would work with Mobile GR. You could add it as a condition if you feel like there's something specific, especially since there may or may not be a need for a site development permit if there's no improvements. So we could specifically add a condition that I can craft for you if you'd like about having the traffic flow reviewed by traffic safety and ensuring that the.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're looking for that type of guidance too, it sounds like to me.
Yep.
So I don't think it's.
If they're looking for that, we would absolutely provide that,
Okay,
whether
great.
it's a condition or not, if the applicant is seeking some assistance.
Thank you.
Yep.
I guess my only thing is I'd just, in what we're offering the applicant, just to provide some guidance that maybe we don't consider that side street as something that they're promoting as a pickup drop-off area, especially pulling up off of the street and onto the asphalt. I think like Kristen said, in considering what site improvements we might ask in bringing things closer to compliance, we do take into consideration the scale of the project. And I think while financial considerations aren't always something that we should take a look at, scale versus how close to compliance we bring things is something that I think we can consider. Sure, there's plenty of things that I'd like to see done here, but improvements have already been made to the building. I think an active use in this space will drastically enhance the walkability of this corner lot. Really excited about the accessibility to the park across the street and the use there. So really complimentary. Someone brought up the pole sign. I would consider this just not even really a real pole sign. It's more of just a projecting blade sign off the corner there, because it's not parked in the middle of a parking lot off on its own. So I think I'm okay with an exception here. Look at it. It's just so the building doesn't have to hold the sign.
Are we ready? Are you going to draft that up for me? Will you draft the traffic, yeah, okay. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use request of Curiosity First Early Education Program, LLC, Sharonda Bridgeforth, and Moyer Development, LLC, Houston Moyer, have requested special land use and site plan review approval to establish a child care center and a second-floor residential apartment in an existing mixed-use building in the TN LDR Traditional Neighborhood Low Density Residential Zone District at 357 Knapp Street Northeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will promote the rehabilitation and reuse of an older building and provide reasonable accommodation for growth and development. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.0A.E because the site, as it exists today, was approved by variance and no site changes are proposed. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the existing plan character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and natural environment because activity associated with the proposed use is not anticipated to impose a burden or other uses in the area, and the proposed use is intended to serve community members within the surrounding neighborhood. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because the entrance of the child care center will be oriented away from the existing residential neighborhood. Buildings, structures, and entrances allow for appropriate circulation on the site, and adequate parking and drop-off points will be provided for the use. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, and visual clutter because the traffic related to child drop-off and pickup times will be limited to operating hours Monday through Friday, 7 o'clock a.m. to 5:45 p.m. Briggs Park will be utilized for outdoor play. Otherwise, all activities will occur inside the building, and appropriate lighting will be installed. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented neighborhood because there will be no change to the orientation or placement of the existing buildings on the property, maintaining the established street wall. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the proposed uses are not expected to result in a need for additional emergency or public services. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A, approvals on the screen. Thank you. 2, 5, 7. And number 2.
That the applicant will work with the planning and mobile GR departments to review and approve vehicle flow relative to on-site drop-off and pickup, which inherently includes signage and direction.
Great.
Support. All right, we have a motion and support. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. I like the name of the center. Okay, what's needed?
Okay, we'll go to our next case, 1965 Fuller Avenue Northeast. Laura.
So our next 3 cases are all requests for the sale of wine and beer, packaged wine and beer for off-site consumption in an existing convenience store associated with a gas station. They are all from the same applicant at 3 different locations, so much of the applications are similar. The operation plans and other aspects of the plans are similar. So I will go through the first application and then for the next 2 highlight the differences unique to each property. The first request is 1965 Fuller Avenue Northeast. This intersection, it's on the southeast intersection of Fuller and Knapp Street. It is identified by the Community Master Plan as a neighborhood center. And The zoning designation is MCNC. It's Mid-Century Neighborhood Commercial. It is surrounded by a mix of uses, and there's a cemetery to the north. As you can see in the overhead image, there's a water tower to the south. There is some residential, but it's further south on Fuller Street. And this property is surrounded mostly by commercial uses, mixed-use commercial uses. The applicant is also the property owner of the parcel directly to the south. And as I believe there's another image that'll show there are some elements of this site that overlap onto the neighboring property. But there are some elements of the car wash drive, the exit drive from the car wash, and the area for the trash, the dumpster is on the neighboring property, but it appears to be in this extra drive south on Fuller. But the properties seem to work together in an overall site plan. The site is improved with a single-story building that is 5,800 square feet. It has the convenience store that you see here. To the south, there is a restaurant that is currently vacant. They are, the convenience store and the restaurant are internally connected, but there's, I'll show another image, there's a door that drops down that separates them. So the image that I have shows that because the restaurant is vacant, that door is currently closed. And there's a significant portion of the building is used for the car wash that drives through the back of the structure. The cash register, one of the requirements for adding packaged alcohol is that the cash register be visible by large windows. It needs to be visible from the street. In this building, the cash register is proposed. It is located on the northeasterly corner of the store in front of a large bank of windows that is visible from the street. You can see it's in this corner here. So the location of the cash register meets that requirement. The operation of the store is open from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. There will be 3 cooler doors located inside. There are no coolers being added, no additional shelving. They're going to use the existing coolers. No more than 3 coolers will be used for the display of beer and wine, and 3 square feet of shelving. You can see in this image that the cashier is located in the northeast corner, and the cooler doors and the warm display will be located on the west wall, within direct sight of the cashier and from the door. There is a video surveillance system in place already. Staff will be trained with the sale of alcohol, and the point of sale system will require scanning of IDs before the alcohol will be sold. Alcohol uses in the vicinity, the Walgreens that is directly across the street, right here, does also sell packaged alcohol, beer and wine. That is the only establishment within 1,000 feet that sells alcohol to go. The plans have been reviewed by the City of Grand Rapids Crime Prevention Environmental Design Specialists, and the site appears to be in conformance with SEPTED, and the applicant understands the ongoing need to maintain that. So before you today is the request to add the sale of beer and wine packaged alcohol for sale in this existing convenience store. Some considerations are the impact to the neighborhood and the surrounding uses. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me?
Thanks, Laura. Any questions? No? Okay, I will invite the applicant up then.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Durrell from Durrell Law. I'm here with Mr. Eli Aboud, who is the applicant today, and of course, as you can see, he's very well dressed. This was not anything we planned on today, but we've got to call a spade here today. As staff has indicated, we are the applicant for the next 3 agenda items. There'll be a lot of carryover between the 3 applications, I believe. The only major note that I could add for this one is that there are no changes to the existing site plan, so while there is some common use between the 2 parcels, there's no planned changes to the actual site, only the addition of the sale of alcohol to go. Also of note is that the restaurant does have a separate exterior entrance, and as staff noted, there is a roll-down gate between, so that in the event the restaurant does have tenancy again in the future, there will be a very easy ability to separate the off-site sale from the restaurant. I don't have any other comments at this point, unless you all have questions after public hearing.
Any questions now for the applicants?
Just one. Could the dining area be converted into an expansion of the retail space there?
Not at this, we don't have any plans for that.
Okay.
Could you state your name and speak into the mic just to answer that question for the minutes?
My name is Eli Abdo, and no, we don't have any plans to change the use of that restaurant at this point.
Thank you. Okay, then have a seat and we'll open up the public hearing. All right, we'll open up the public hearing. Anyone here for this case, come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any other questions from Planning Commission? Okay, discussion, thoughts on this? It seems pretty straightforward to me. It's a largely commercial area, no residential immediately, plenty of windows on this space. So as long as they're not covered with posters or anything, then it seems they're in compliance now with that largely.
Can you remind me how we handle these 3 separate cases, but that have commonalities? So
We're going to have separate motions for
Right.
each, and we'll do them one
at a time.
at a time.
Differently,
Yeah.
I can make a motion.
All right.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Eli's Mobile Mart LLC, Eli Abdu, for approval to sell wine and beer for off-site consumption in association with an existing convenience store and vehicle fueling station at 1965 Fuller Ave Northeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the business district by continuing to provide a mix of uses, strengthen existing development patterns and intensity at an intersection identified as neighborhood center. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the convenience store and vehicle fueling station are already established at this location, and the addition of packaged alcohol is not expected to impact the existing use. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because the building entrance is oriented to allow for maximum visibility on the site. Adequate parking is provided. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to the existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, and visual clutter because the addition of packaged alcohol sales is expected to be an amenity for existing customers and an increase in traffic is not anticipated. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because adequate transparency will be provided. The building and and site layout are not proposed to change. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require code enforcement actions. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that this area is underserved by the proposed use and that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because, as proposed, the use is expected to be an amenity for existing customers, which is unique compared to other establishments in the vicinity offering packaged alcohol for off-site consumption. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by this applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the addition of alcohol sales will not materially change the operation of the store. The uses proposed will be operated by the applicant, will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because an adequate operations plan and training will be in place. The operation is expected to be in compliance with the crime prevention through environmental design ordinance. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions set A, approvals. They're on the screen and previously read. Number 2, that the area of alcohol sales be consistent with the submitted floor plan, being 3 doors of the cold vault and 3 square feet of shelving for display. Number 3, that a LEDS permit shall be obtained to include a permanent trash enclosure to be constructed and placed in accordance with section 5.2.13 of the zoning ordinance. Number 4, that the use shall comply with the requirements of the crime prevention through environmental design SEPTED ordinance.
Support.
All right, motion and support. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Go on to the next one, which is 2411 Burton Street Southeast.
Here we are again. So now we're at in the southeast part of town, at the corner of Burton and Breton. This location, 2411 Burton Street Southeast, request for packaged alcohol sales of beer and wine in an existing convenience store associated with a gas station. This property is approximately, it's a little under a half an acre. It is improved with a small 912 square foot convenience store building. This location, it is the store. There's no restaurant, there's no gas station. It is a store and a vehicle fueling canopy. The property to the north is also under common ownership with the subject property, and the trash enclosure is on the adjacent property. It is fully enclosed. It has a permanent enclosure with doors. Otherwise, the access to this site is through curb cuts on both Burton and Breton, and it appears to have shared access with the adjacent property to the north. In this store, the cash register is located in the northwest corner of the store, as you can see in the floor plan here. It is also behind windows that allow for a clear view from the parking lot to the cash register. So it does appear to meet that requirement. The store hours are also 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. And in this location, again, no additional cooler doors are proposed. The existing coolers will be utilized for the display of beer. 2 cooler doors on the east wall and 3 square feet of shelving just to the across the aisle from the coolers will be utilized for warm display. At this location, there are a number of other businesses within 1,000 feet that sell packaged alcohol for both on and off-site consumption. In your packet, I have listed a few of the locations that sell packaged alcohol for off-site consumption. This Rite Aid across the street sells beer, wine, and liquor. They have an SDM and an SDD license to sell packaged alcohol. This application has also gone under review from our SEPTED specialists. The site does appear to be in compliance with SEPTED, and they have reviewed the plans, and as the other location, the applicant is aware of the ongoing participation in the SEPTED requirements. With all three of these locations, we also reached out to the Grand Rapids Police Department to, I failed to mention this with the other location on Fuller Street, but we reached out to the police department to ask about the number of calls to service within an area around a 1,000-foot radius of the subject property. So at the Fuller location, in 2023, there were 249 calls for service and 132 incident reports related to those calls of service. 2 of those incidents were alcohol-related, and it's not associated with the subject property. It's any area within a 1,000-foot radius of the subject property. This location has, it's a little bit more concentration of uses, so there were a few more calls to service. In 2023, there were 369 calls for service, 208 incidents reports, and 3 of those incidents were directly alcohol-related. And so we reached out just so that we would have this information, and so the Planning Commission could consider any potential impacts to the neighborhood of adding another packaged alcohol facility. And that brings us to considerations for adding packaged alcohol and the potential impact for the surrounding neighborhood. Does the Planning Commission have any questions?
Any questions for Laura? No? All right. I'll have the applicant come up if you have anything else to add.
Again, Jonathan Durrell from Durrell Law with Mr. Abdu. The only thing and I may have misheard it, was there was a comment that there's no restaurant on site here. I may have misheard whether staff said there is or is not a gas station. There is fueling station there, I believe.
There is.
Is it 4 pumps?
3.
There are 3 active fuel pumps at that location. Other than that, I have no other comments on this property.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I will open up the public hearing. If you're here on this case, please come forward and tell us your thoughts. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn to commissioners for discussion.
I think the sentiments are the same as they were last time. I mean, there's even more concentration of available alcohol in this area, so I would think that makes it even easier. But I don't see any issue with it, similar to the last discussion.
Yeah, I don't think we could say that this area is underserved, but I think that it can still be an amenity for folks that are already at that location, and it's a minimal impact. Anyone willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review requests of Eli's Mobile Mart LLC for approval to sell wine and beer for off-site consumption in association with an existing convenience store and vehicle fueling station at 2411 Burton Street Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the business district by continuing to provide a mix of uses, strengthen existing development patterns and intensity at an intersection identified as a neighborhood center. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and natural environment, because the convenience store and vehicle fueling station are already established at this location, and the addition of packaged alcohol is not expected to impact the existing use. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because the building entrance is oriented to allow for maximum visibility on the site. Adequate parking will be provided. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, and visual clutter, because the addition of packaged alcohol sales is expected to be an amenity for existing customers and an increase in traffic is not anticipated. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because adequate transparency will be provided. The building and site layout are not proposed to change. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require code enforcement actions. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the area is underserved by the proposed use and that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because, as proposed, the use is expected to be an amenity for existing customers, which is unique compared to other establishments in the vicinity offering packaged alcohol for off-site consumption. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the addition of alcohol sales will not materially change the operation of the store. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because an adequate operations plan and training will be in place. The operation is expected to be in compliance with the crime prevention through environmental design ordinance. Be it further advised or be further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A approvals, which are on the screen in front of you. Number 2, that the area of alcohol sales be consistent with the submitted floor plan, being 2 doors of cold vault and 3 square feet of shelving for display. And number 3, that the use shall comply with the requirements of the crime prevention through environmental design ordinance.
I would suggest a friendly amendment that this area is not underserved.
I had the same kind of blink.
I think just
didn't know if that made a difference.
So maybe we can just say, given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, the proposed location for alcohol sales will be an asset to the neighborhood.
I agree.
And then I support.
Okay, I have a motion and support. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I just think it is interesting we were getting 3 applications in dry January.
All right, the last one for this is 248 Cherry Street Southwest.
Our third and final request for the addition of packaged alcohol sales, beer and wine at an existing gas station convenience store is downtown on Cherry Street. It's in a TNCC, Traditional Neighborhood City Center Zone District. The area is more dense than the other 2 locations, and the site is the smallest of the 3. This area, the Community Master Plan designates this as mixed use near downtown, where a variety of uses are appropriate, and is part of the GR Forward Plan adopted in 2015. And although this property is not specifically addressed in the GR Forward Plan, 201 Market, which is directly west of this property on Market Street here, is in that plan and designated, it's identified for development as as a large public space. And as you may or may not know, there is a large project planned to begin development this year for an amphitheater, and the plan also includes public park area along the riverfront. And the construction for that is expected to start this year. This property is at the corner of Cherry and Finney. Finney is a one-way street heading south, and it's close to the intersection of Cherry and Market. It is also surrounded by a mix of existing uses. The property is 0.32 acres in area, and the building on the structure, the structure on the property is approximately 968 square feet. And the whole building is used for the convenience store. Relative to this site, the exterior, there is no permanent trash enclosure on the property. The applicant has identified that as an area of improvement and has already suggested and is in agreement of pursuing permit applications to build a permanent trash enclosure on the site. Besides that, no other site improvements are expected related to a SEPTED requirement and the visibility requirement. There are two units for natural gas and ice that currently block the windows on the side of the building, and they will be, they haven't been moved yet, I don't believe, but the applicant has offered to move those aside so they will no longer block the windows. On the interior of this store, the cash register is located directly inside the front door in the northwest corner. And because the store is so small, no warm display is proposed, and the applicant intends to utilize two cooler doors on the northeast side of the building, right next to the cashier area for their beer and wine display. The hours of operation, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. And while there are a number of businesses within 1,000 feet of this subject site that sell alcohol for on-site consumption, there are no establishments in the general vicinity within 1,000 feet that sell alcohol for off-site consumption. Similar to the other applications, there are security cameras in place. There will be training for staff, and point of sale ID scan would be required before the sale of alcohol. Some of the other considerations, as I mentioned, this area is more dense. There's more activity here. I don't have a Google Street View, but directly about a quarter mile south of this location is the Rapid Central Station, and that serves as the main transportation hub for high school students during the school year, and that's within a quarter mile of this location. East of this site on Division Avenue, there are a number of social service organizations and transitional shelters that serve the at-risk community within a half mile of this location. And also within a half mile of this location are Hartside and Peckage parks. And relative to neighborhood effects, all these uses are within walking distance of this location. The Planning Commission may wish to consider the larger effect of the neighborhood in vicinity of these uses. As I mentioned before, the 201 Market is slated for development, and that is expected to begin this year. And that is directly across the street from this subject property. And then speaking to the Grand Rapids Police Department summary of incident and calls for service at this, within a 1,000-foot radius of this location. Again, I want to say this isn't anything that necessarily happened at the subject property, but within a 1,000-foot radius of the subject property. There were 1,047 calls for service and 576 incident reports. And as I've mentioned, this is a more dense area. There is more traffic in the area, so additional calls for service would be expected. The nature of these calls is a little different from the other two locations in the summary report. And 8 of these calls were directly alcohol related. And that would be also something to consider with potential effects with the surrounding neighborhood, with the addition of the alcohol sales at this location. Are there any questions for me?
Thanks, Laura. Any questions for Laura? Okay, anything from the applicant to add?
Thank you again. I just want to take a moment to call out a couple of highlights. We do understand the difference in character of this particular location from the other two today. Most, I think, notable was some letters of opposition that were received, noting the problems at the nearest SDM establishment located at 415 South Division. That's just under a half of a mile away, but I think that those two locations are a world apart, and we're going to see a very different or lesser amount of secondary effect on this location because of the distance from the social services located nearby that location. I would also note that as we consider secondary effects on this location, this group owns a number of gas stations that do serve convenience and packaged liquor sales outside of the city of Grand Rapids proper, with no history of enforcement problems from either of those local agencies nor the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. So he's got a good track record, proven operation plan that does not increase any trouble for his locations. I'll call some attention to the operations plan where this location is set to close at 11 p.m. daily. It's my understanding that the amphitheater across the street by ordinance is going to be permitted until 11 p.m. without some other special use. So there'd be no sales at the conclusion, generally speaking, right, of those things, which I think reduces the likelihood of problems for traffic trying to bottleneck into or out of to get that last drink nearby those concerts. There were some comments and 2 photographs of the ice and propane vending enclosures. The top one on the screen here is a Photoshop provided by the applicant, just showing that those do fit there. It's a 1-to-1 aspect ratio. They are slated to be moved. The requests have been made actually to the vendors for those. He just is not permitted to move those by himself. The staff indicated that there was to be no warm display. I believe our request or our application was to include 2 square feet of warm display, so I'd like to make sure that that's included. I'm sorry? It is, so if you see it is on the screen here, it's indicated just above where it says 2 doors for the beer. So it says camera, then 2 feet of beer display plus 2 doors. So the application is to include those 2 square feet of warm sales to reduce the likelihood of adverse effects from transient or walking, the walking customer base. And there's going to be no single serve on his offering list, right? So it would be 6-packs, bottles of wine, but not any single serve that would commonly be picked up between, I think Grand Rapids Police Department would indicate picked up somewhere and then carried between the Hartside District and the parks that are served in this general area. So that'll reduce the potential for negative effects there. And I believe that's the only comments I have, unless there's questions we can answer.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Yeah.
Excuse me, the floor plan that's on the screen right now, is this accurate as it is right now? Okay. My only comment, I don't know if there's a question in it or not, this is about the same size as the previous property in terms of square footage.
Just about the same. It's just
With
a
that,
little smaller because of the bigger back room.
right. Yeah, that's what I was considering, just that, a third of the building is storage compared to the other property that had a lot of retail display and retail area. So I think there is a difference here with the two.
This location also does have exterior restrooms, is that right?
No, there is no restrooms. No public restrooms.
No public restrooms, but the restroom door is at the exterior of the building?
It's closed.
At the-
It's
at the-
served on the inside.
Oh, it is served inside, okay.
Anything else? Okay, have a seat.
Thank you.
I'll open, oh, sorry.
Just have a quick question.
Yeah.
And would we condition for the coolers on the outside, or is that assumed handled with the transparency issue?
Oh,
That is assumed handled because it would be part of the crime prevention ordinance requirements.
Thank you.
all right. I will open the public hearing on this case. If you're here for 248 Cherry Street Southwest, come up and give us your thoughts. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. All right, commissioners. There's
Seems
no-
like
no-
a natural addition of this product to the site. So I'm in support.
I feel a little differently about this one. I think it is a unique situation considering the amount of square footage dedicated to retail sales here. We do have some concerns from neighboring properties and employees of those properties, so I do want to consider those things. I think if this was a larger convenience store that offered more retail, I would feel differently, but I think considering the small nature of the retail space and just even the circulation in and out of this parcel is a challenge. I feel a little bit differently. I don't think it's as natural of a fit.
Others?
I guess I have a question. I was my understanding that Founders did do off-site sales of beer. So, I mean, if there's not a major concern there, I don't know why there would be additional concern for this location. They're very close to each other. They are, in fact, yeah. So, and the opportunities at Founders are far above and beyond what's going to be available here. So, I think if there was an issue with alcohol sales in this area, we would already see something, unless there's, I mean, it seems like at that point it's a management issue, right? Not the fact that it's available.
I suppose, but I think there is some evidence that there's an issue potentially from the service calls and from the testimony of the letters that were provided to us. So I don't know if it's a management issue of the businesses that wrote letters or businesses that are providing the packaged alcohol sales. There might be a bit of a disconnect there. And I think the applicant can say they won't sell singles. It's hard to enforce that. That might be how things start. It might change. I don't know. I just recognize that there are some challenges, and I think we can tie those to unique parcels and unique spaces. And I do think that this is unique compared to other instances where we've reviewed this type of use. But how strongly I feel about that,
It does
Right.
seem this is it's pretty isolated. Of course, things will change when the amphitheater comes here. This is a gas station, right? And has very limited sales. I mean, it doesn't have the space, it would seem to me. And I doubt that of those incidents, I think it's in an area where there's maybe lots of noise incidents and things like that, that they're not primarily coming as a result of this operation. But I think you make some valid points. I just don't know if that's enough to deny this.
Right, how much is 2 cooler doors gonna?
Well, it's 2 cooler doors and 2 feet of warm space. So it's double 2 cooler doors, basically.
So I think it's also important to me, I feel like we're treating this area differently when maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. We looked at statistics. If you look at the statistics of number of calls that led to incident reports between this one and the previous one that we didn't talk about at all, they're almost exactly the same percentage. Because there were 8 out of 500 versus 3 out of, I think it was 300. So, or 250. So they're both like 1.5% of the cases were alcohol related when there was an incident report. So I know the numbers seem higher and seem different, and there's, and it maybe feels different to certain people. When you actually look at the data, it is very similar.
I think, though, that the Planning Commission does have a responsibility to look at what, in the totality of what's happening around this, and there are vulnerable populations, and there are a significant number of calls for service. I understand that the alcohol reports are maybe less jarring, but the sheer volume of the calls for service in and around this location is significantly higher. And if you look at the neighborhood impact and your responsibility to look at impacts of future plan character and neighborhood impact, I think that there is some relevance there. Relevance.
Anyone else have thoughts? Does anyone feel strongly enough to make a motion and see? Go ahead, yeah. Let's see how it goes.
I'll make it.
All right, go for it.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use and site plan review request of Eli's Mobile Market LLC. Eli, wait a minute, I want to make sure I'm on the right one here, sorry. Request of Eli's Mobile Market LLC, Eli Abdul, for approval to sell wine and beer for off-site consumption in association with an existing convenience store and vehicle fueling station at 248 Cherry Street Southwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the proposed and intent, the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the business district by continuing to provide a mix of uses and strengthen existing development patterns and intensity in an area identified as near downtown, and the intended mix of uses that serve as an extension of and complement to the downtown area. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because a convenience store and vehicle fueling station are already established at this location, and the addition of packaged alcohol is not expected to impact the existing use. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because the building entrance is oriented to allow for maximum visibility on the site, and adequate parking will be provided. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, and visual clutter, because the addition of packaged alcohol sales is expected to be an amenity for the existing customers, and an increase in traffic is not anticipated. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because adequate transparency will be provided and the building and site layout are not proposed to change. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require code enforcement actions due to limited store hours and scale. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the area is underserved with a proposed use, and that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood, because as proposed, the use is expected to be an amenity for existing customers, which is unique compared to other establishments in the vicinity offering packaged alcohol for off-site consumption. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the addition of alcohol sales will not materially change the operation of the store. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood use because an adequate operations plan and training will be in place. The operation is expected to be in compliance with the crime prevention through environmental design subted ordinance, and the limited scale of the proposed use will inherently limit the intensity and impact of the use. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions set 8 approvals on the screen. That was read before. Number 2, that the area of alcohol sales be consistent with the submitted floor plan, being 2 doors of the cold vault for display. That a LUDS permit shall be obtained to include permanent trash enclosure to be constructed and placed in accordance with section 5.2.13 of the zoning ordinance. That the use shall comply with the requirements of the crime prevention through environmental design subted ordinance. I'm struggling right now. I know. Support.
For condition number 2, I think they also requested 2 feet of warm display.
Yeah, I got that too.
Okay.
Yep.
Still support?
Support.
Okay. Motion and support. Any other discussion?
Was there any thoughts on a condition about no single-serve products will be sold per testimony of the applicant?
Yeah, we can add that.
I would like that, yes.
I support.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. It carries. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Was that me?
That was you.
Jeez.
Division
And then Kyle had to leave.
Avenue South. Elizabeth, thank you.
Let's get on the, where am I?
A lot on the agenda.
There we go.
There we are, that's us.
Okay.
I went by this place today. It's awful.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is a request from the Diatribe. They are requesting approval to establish the Emory Arts and Culture Hub. This is essentially a community center. I'm calling it a community center, but it's sort of an arts community center. It will include artist studios, outdoor seating, and alcohol service and live entertainment. It will have educational space, a retail business hub for 4 local businesses, and an all-ages community venue, and 8 apartments. So there's only a few aspects that need the special land use approval. It's the community center on the ground floor artist studios, the outdoor use, and the event and rental venue. A parking waiver is also requested. The property is located in the South Division corridor. It's on the east side of Division, just south of Burton. Behind the subject property is a TN LDR zone district with medium density residential. Across the street, we have TBA zone district. The subject property, I'll just flip forward here. The subject property is included in the South Division corridor plan that was adopted in November of 2020. It's included in Focus Area 5, South Division in Burton. The specific property was identified as a location, a small developer opportunity where upper floors should be rehabilitated for housing. So that is being proposed. So it's wonderful to know that that is being implemented. And as I mentioned, this is generally a node, an investment priority node. The site's about 10,500 square feet, and it's an existing 2-story building of about 18,000 square feet. It was constructed in 1935. The building will be renovated inside and out and will include new elevator and stairs, new storefront and residential windows, and outdoor decks and patios. Here's a couple of other photos. The building takes up most of the site. There's really not much area for, there's not much area that isn't used by the building. Most of it is proposed to be used for other purposes. Okay, so let's see here. Actually, I think I'll go to this elevation first. So this will just give you an idea of what's being proposed. And now I will focus on the floor plan and the uses. So the community center will be on the ground floor. It will include the Diatribe's administrative offices and flexible space for educational programming. During the day, the space will function as co-working spaces and a hub for neighbors to learn about community resources. During after-school hours, it will be used as a youth arts and community center. And the Diatribe offices will generally have hours of operation between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. with special events or classes sometimes held as early as 7 a.m. and as late as 10 p.m. So that's basically what we see here in the yellow. And in the green are the retail and studio spaces. 4 spaces are proposed. Anticipated uses include a coffee shop, bookstore, graphic design studio and printing shop, and recording studio. And those spaces will set their own hours. Here in the blue that I'm pointing at the back, is one of the 2 outdoor seating spaces. A slightly less than 600 square foot patio is proposed here at the rear of the building. And that space will be used by the Diatribe, the retail and studio tenants, and residents of the apartment units. The patio will include outdoor furniture, lighting, and fencing. I'm going to go next to the roof because a rooftop deck is proposed, and that will be an amenity for the Diatribe and building residents. According to the application, the deck will accommodate up to 49 people. Hours of operation will be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays and weekends. And I would ask that the applicant further expand on how they propose to use that with that number of people, and the Planning Commission may wish to explore that as well. It was not indicated in the application that this would be a rental space. On to the lower level. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. Okay, so in the basement, there is a space they are calling the retort, and this below-grade venue will accommodate a range of arts programming, including activities such as lectures, movies, workshops, and live performances. The space is intended to be soundproof to minimize noise impacts to neighbors inside and out. Relative to sound amplification, the application indicates amplification will end at 10 p.m. on weekdays and 12:30 a.m. weekends. The venue is intended to close at 1 a.m. The venue is designed to primarily operate as a dry bar, except for events where a licensed caterer provides alcohol service or events where the organization receives a special license from the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. So these special licenses are available to nonprofits. They may have up to 12 a year, and if the nonprofit wants to have an event open to the public, they do need to obtain one of these licenses from the LCC. So that's in lieu of a, permanent liquor license. And all profits derived from the sale of alcoholic beverages must go to the organization itself. So relative to events that could be held here, the applicant has calculated that the venue could accommodate up to 330 occupants. And so because of that number, they do have a crowd control plan. that was included in their application. They said that a clear entry line against the building will be designated to ensure a smooth flow of people entering and exiting the premises. The entrance to the facility will be at the front of the building. So folks will enter, there won't be an entrance from the back. Folks will enter at the front and then go down to the basement. And here you can see there's a stair and an elevator. Smokers will be directed toward Division Avenue to prevent disruption to nearby residences and businesses. There will be always a trained staff member on site. And they indicated that residents, the upstairs residents will be advised of any upcoming events. Additionally, the space will be available to the general public to rent for private events. Food service and any alcohol service will be provided by outside caterers. Caterers will need to be licensed for alcohol dispensation by the Liquor Control Commission. They did provide a draft rental agreement. According to that agreement, events must end by, and the venue vacated by 1 a.m. Entertainment must end no later than 12:30 a.m. And they also did talk about a parking plan. Guests will be encouraged to park in the public lots west of Division. In the staff report, I did pull a couple of similar uses for comparison. So this site for the event venue would have an occupancy of 330 and hours until 1 a.m. And as I mentioned, there would be alcohol service and ticketed events. A couple of similar uses were the Amplify Community Hub. That was at 1534 Kalamazoo, and that was approved in June of 2022. That's a community center and a banquet facility rather than a performance venue. But I do mention it because it is a community, it's a community hub. That space will have a capacity of 240, and events will end by 11. And there will be no ticketed events. 1553 Plainfield, which is the DAC, that was February of 2019. That's a community center and all ages theater and performance space. I mean, that really is arts related. That is smaller. It has a maximum occupancy of 99, and events end at 11 p.m. 1944 South Division, that's the former Four-Star Theater, and that's a proposed cultural arts venue and rental facility. That, it was a former theater, so it will have a very large capacity. Right now, it only has a capacity of 250 pursuant to building code and planning. They do intend to come back to Planning Commission sometime in the future. Their closing time is midnight. And of course, alcohol service, by licensed caterers, or they can have a special license from the LCC for a nonprofit, and they will have ticketed events. So all this to say, I just really did want you to explore with the applicant that 1 a.m. closing time. And the reason for that is that because this is in a TNTBA zone district, we have residential uses nearby, and even though we don't specifically define what is a nightclub or what time is a nightclub, with that time, it could veer into something different. I I know that is not their intent at all, but I just mentioned that because it is an after midnight time. There's also a couple of other uses in the vicinity that, let's see here, actually, they have a nice map here. Well, the Four Star Theater is just north of Burton here. We have the Agave Sports Lounge and Nightclub. They close at, I think that's just across the street here. They have a capacity of 260 and 2 a.m. And of course, they have, a liquor license and ticketed events. And then 2005 South Division, I think it's the building right where this bus stop is. The Silver Line stop, because it's right in front of that. That's a banquet hall. I don't know that it's operational yet. I see building permits are still in process, but no alcohol there. But a capacity of 250. All this to say that there's a lot going on there. And that sort of brings me to parking. There, this building was built when we weren't reliant on the, single occupancy vehicles. And so they have no parking. There is quite a bit of public parking on the west side of Division right now. Let's see here. I obtained the number from Mobile GR, but I've forgotten exactly how many there was. But the applicant has sort of indicated how many are in all these. There's a couple hundred parking spaces to the west of Division. I was very concerned about folks crossing, but it turns out that within the next year or so, a traffic signal will be installed at Andre, so that, in a crosswalk, and that will facilitate pedestrian movements across the street. We did, in the staff report, I outline all the parking waiver methods, basically through public parking and the on-street parking and public transit, a waiver could be obtained. The applicant was asked by Mobile GR to have a trip generation analysis prepared, which they did. It's been reviewed by Mobile GR, and they're in agreement with the findings of the report that the development will not have a significant impact to the area and that the surrounding roadway network can adequately accommodate traffic generated by the development. So there's going to be a number of uses associated with this. I think the one that we're sort of most concerned about this would be that assembly use of 330, but it's not, those uses are not anticipated to occur at peak times, so traffic was not deemed to be a concern. Building elements, I did show you, one last thing I didn't mention about the building here. They are proposing a green roof, which is wonderful, and that will be great because the site is completely impervious, so this will help mitigate that. And there's really no opportunity to create green space other than the roof. So that's really a great and welcome addition. Building elements, it looks like they're going to be meeting the 60% transparency. They didn't include the building materials, so perhaps the architect could address that. I would also, I do want to go back, I'm sorry, back to traffic and circulation. I don't believe the application included a loading and unloading plan, and so the outdoor patio is proposed to be constructed on one of the surface areas, and then there's just a little bit of area left. So if the applicant could speak to loading and unloading for events, that'd be terrific. And I'm really talking about like caterers and equipment and that kind of thing. The building elevations, as I mentioned before, primary entrances oriented to the street. There is a lovely mural shown on this rendering, and if they do propose that kind of thing, it should be reviewed by the Art Advisory Committee. Relative to public input, the applicant had indicated they've done a lot of outreach, which they can speak to. There were a number of letters of support for the facility included. The dates are a little bit, they were a while ago, so I don't know if they were for a grant application or something, but the applicant can speak to that. But I did also get some letters directly in support of the special land use application. I haven't had any input from any residents in the vicinity. So, in sum, we should consider neighborhood considerations or neighborhood concerns if we do have any during the public hearing. I ask that the Planning Commission consider the appropriateness of the use and the hours of operation relative to nearby residential uses and within the TBA's district, the impact of the proposed use on surrounding uses and businesses, including the extent to which noise and crowds incidental to events will be mitigated, the impact of the parking waiver on existing traffic patterns and parking conditions in the neighborhood, and whether the proposed venue is appropriately located to accommodate the volume of people anticipated. Do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant?
Does this include apartments, did you say, on the second floor?
Yes, 8 apartments on the second floor.
Okay. You don't have plans for that?
Yes, they are there. We do. They're in the
I mean,
packet.
I think I saw them, but, yeah, okay.
I mean, they're not really anything, I did not dwell upon them because that was not really part of the special land use.
Oh, I
So,
got
but yes, eight apartments.
Great. Any other questions for Elizabeth? Okay, we'll have the applicant come up. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Scroll back and forth.
Yeah, you can, use this or this, and I also have a clicker so I can.
Cool. We'll start with the pretty picture at the start. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Megan Smith-Jovanovic. I serve as the interim co-executive director of the Diatribe alongside Vanessa Jimenez, and we have our team here in support as well. We also did ask our construction and architect crew to join us in case we have any technical questions that we can't address ourselves. Thank you, Elizabeth, for a great summary of this project. As you can see, this is a unique opportunity in our neighborhood. The Diatribe started in 2012, presenting the first inclusive deaf and blind inclusive art prize exhibit, a collective of Black, brown, and queer artists who had a passion and wanted to make sure that more people had access to art. From that, we now serve 20 to 30 schools a year. Even through the pandemic, we put our programming online for free for teachers across the country to download to be able to use. From that, we really started listening and leaning into place-based design. So 49507 is our home. That is where we focus our programs. That's where we hold summer programs every year. And it was listening sessions that happened through the 49507 project, which you might have seen the murals around. Since 2021, we have installed 15 murals in the 49507 area code, all co-created by Black, brown artists and our neighbors and the students that we serve. So those listening sessions were the opportunity for us to have conversations about what people love about their neighborhood, what they really wish could be a little bit different, the types of investments they wish our city would make to make their neighborhood a place that they could live, work, and play and enjoy. They also talked a lot about what we might call third places, places where it's not school, it's not work, it's a place for kids to go and be happy, to have fun, to learn something new. It's a place for community members to show up and say, hey, those cars are flying down my street. How do I even get a speed bump? And be able to access resources and connect in community. So this community hub, that's very much the sense of what we're looking for here. Our designs came from the needs that our neighbors brought up. You saw even in the 2020 designs that we were identifying that this is really an important anchor point in our community that deserves investment. So in line with those plans, we've come up with what you see before you. I want to talk just a little bit about some of the elements that are really important for the variances. First off, we learned a new term, transit-oriented design. We are located on the Silver Line. We are building in sustainable elements. We are including areas for residents to be able to have bikes securely located. These are all ways that are going to make this an accessible space that really activates our community without adding more asphalt and parking spaces. As much as we all want easy parking, that's not actually where we want to be investing our dollars these days. So we have beautiful lots that we can work with. We've got a new crosswalk coming in, and we are actually working with our city and representatives to try and secure additional dollars for our corridor improvement, because we recognize that this neighborhood is not just our building, we are a community, and we need to work together. So that approach has really obviously informed this design, informed the way we go about it. We've been doing tours and welcoming people to join. If any of you want to, you can sign up on our website. If anybody live streaming wants to, thediatribe.org, and come and check out the building, because it's a chance for feedback. You know, we had really great conversations about the added expense of moving the elevator from the rear of the building to the front. But that's a quality of life issue that we want to make sure accessibility and inclusion is at the forefront of the organization. So those kind of really thoughtful considerations, that kind of intentionality is what brought this very unique design before you. We didn't take anything off the shelf. We really wanted to key this into what the neighborhood needed. I did want to talk a bit about uses. So one of the things we heard as well was like, where can you find affordable space to host your baby shower or a bridal shower or quinceañera? You know, these are really meaningful community building events, and there's not a lot of those opportunities in our immediate vicinity. We also, like, I thought about like the Gold Award Girl Scout putting on her play, you know, that she wrote and is presenting in the community. Having opportunities for artists to be able to stay in one of our live work spaces on the second floor, work with our students in our office space, maybe do a book signing at the bookshop, and then perform on our stage. That creates incredible opportunities for world-class artists to come in residency in West Michigan. This will be an incredible opportunity for our community, for our neighborhood, and for our city. We've really tried to be intentional as well. Elizabeth asked great questions in all of our conversations about how we're going to plan to mitigate the disruption that can come when you bring community into an area that's right alongside housing, right? But I think that we've been really intentional and thoughtful about that too. So our entryway, our team has redesigned that I think 3 or 4 times, but we've got one now where entry is right into the stairwell, into the basement venue, so a long queue is not part of the plan, right? We also have been really intentional about creating spaces that are accessible for all ages. So the idea of being a predominantly dry space that gives folks a place to be that's not filled with alcohol, allows kids to come and be part of arts activities, because sometimes you get restricted based on some of those limitations. So with that, I want to see if anybody has questions and where we might be able to probe a little bit to answer any concerns that you might have.
Awesome, thank you. Would you talk a little bit about the outdoor spaces and what you expect to be happening there?
Yeah, so you might not, if you've been to the south side of Grand Rapids, green space can be hard to come by. In part, that's because of a century of disinvestment. But we really wanted to take what opportunities we could on this parcel. As they mentioned, we fill all but like a few hundred square feet of the parcel. So the rooftop space will have a vegetative roof. That's also, the building will be LEED certified as well. That's part of our funding requirements. Thank you, Wege Foundation. But really helping also offset some of that water runoff that we know can be a big issue in our community, right? Similarly, the rooftop patio space, we envision things like a small salon, a reading opportunity for a small group of people to have a book club discussion. This isn't a large group event kind of thing. This is a small, intimate gathering opportunity for discussion, exchange, and community. The back, let's see if we want to scroll to the back space. So this is a planned outdoor patio. It will be open air. It will have easy egress from the building out. And this is also where we intend to have load-in space for folks who are using the basement. If they need an elevator, it will have to be street load-in because that's the accessibility for the elevator. But otherwise, there's stairs to the rear that allow folks to go right on down. The patio spaces, I think 10 p.m. is also the ending time there.
Okay. So, but not like amplified music and big performances?
No, we did want to put a couple of speakers. We had discussed doing like a small amount of amplification, but it's for like an individual so that you can hear me talking rather than a musical performance. It really would be geared towards smaller, intimate, more like I envision like a bridal shower kind of thing on the back patio would be the most
Gotcha.
kind of thing.
Okay, cool.
But most of the day, it's going to be workspace for our team too. Students, team to be able to go out and have that outdoor opportunity.
Other questions?
I would just like to hear a little bit more about the hours of operation for the indoor space actually next.
Yeah. So our office space, more traditional hours of operation during the day, serving as a community hub, after school hours. I think we're planning on those programs wrapping up by 7, dinner time. And then we could envision, one of the things that we've often been asked to do is to take our programming and offer it for adults. I don't know if you know this, but public speaking is one of the second fears, right behind spiders. But for a lot of folks, that means that they don't have the opportunity to come to things like this and feel comfortable in these spaces, feel comfortable standing in front of the microphone. And so we've really been encouraged to offer adult programming, which oftentimes means later in the day. So we could see office programming going until maybe 10 p.m. is kind of when I want to get home and wrapped up. But we want to have the opportunity. Right now, all of our programming is based on the venue hours of the people who share space with us. So that's really limited our ability to expand programming.
Okay, and then piggybacking on that, so I guess I'm looking at the grid that Elizabeth provided us that had the hours of operation and also the vacated time. And so something we need to consider is when events end, basically, and then when people are clearing out, essentially. So
maybe it's not in these.
I'm wondering if there's any flexibility within that, or how.
Yeah,
if
so
1 a.m. is events are ceasing, and then by 2 a.m. though, we're still.
No, so part of why we said, so Planning Commission, we don't really want to come back and say hi to you guys again if we don't have to, right?
Yeah, we
So-
don't want that either. We want to do what
We want to do
what
it
we
right the
need,
first
yeah.
time. So part of why we had amplified music stopping at 12:30 is to give that time to wrap up. People can cash out if there's a caterer at the bar and be out of the building by 1. All of the rental agreement language talks about being cleared from the building by 1. So the idea is that we're wrapping down so that our staff is closing up, wiping down, locking the doors, and out by 1. And with, the Four-Star Theater down the road, Agave across the space, we also were really intentional about formatting the way that we do traffic flow all to the front of the building. At certain points, we're like, well, it'd be so much easier if we could go out the back. I'm like, that's an alleyway. That's somebody sleeping in the bedroom at the back of the house there. So really trying to be intentional about directing the traffic through the front of the building. Emergency exit out the alleyway, of course, but yeah.
So the primary load and unload will happen on Division?
So if they don't need the elevator, if they
Okay.
need the elevator, it does have to be off of Division. And honestly, when I look at places like Creston neighborhood, who was here earlier, and the traffic calming measures that they've been able to institute in sections of their neighborhood, and how that has really changed the feel of their districts, that's the kind of work that we want to be advocating for in our section of the community too.
Cool.
Our neighbors deserve that too. So we'd love to see some traffic calming curves, a little bump out. Maybe there's a, handicap accessible paid parking meter on the street. We'd love that kind of, those kind of changes would be really helpful in that stretch. I don't know if you've been on that stretch lately, but the cars go flying. That stoplight is needed. We're glad to be part of, making that a part of community that's a lot safer for pedestrians.
Have you had much communication with the residential neighbors behind the building?
Great question. So postcards went out, so everybody got notified. We've also been at the building doing tours. Folks have been seeing stuff going on. The immediate next door neighbor retail is Ebenezer's Bakery, and this summer we put one of our 49507 murals on the side of their building, held a massive blowout party. They had bounce houses, we had tacos for everyone, snow cones, and we brought in a lot of neighbors off the street and also shared them, folks walking by came in and were able to join the celebration there. So folks got to hear a bit about what we're doing next door. And we've also had listening sessions for 49507. Over the 3 years of that project, we have listened to hundreds of neighbors talking about what they want in community and what they want to see. As this project has been rolled out, I did mention those tours that have been going on, and those more recently have been open to the public as well.
Any objections to the noise with the immediate adjacent homes?
We haven't heard any of that from our conversations. Anybody? No, we got nothing.
Thank you.
A lot of support. Honestly, a lot of folks are excited to see something like this.
I was just going to ask a quick question about your qualitative data collection when you're doing your, focus groups, basically. I'm an academic. Hi, I'm a professor.
I know.
Sorry,
it's great.
words. But I was wondering, is there a specific example of something that you were able to build into the design of this that came from the community that you're able to fulfill?
Great
I'm just
question.
curious.
Yeah, so we talked a bit about third spaces, but maybe with something that's really specific. Housing, affordable housing is a really critical need, as you're all aware of. All of these housing units will be affordable units. We've actually partnered with the city. We're a sub-grantee for the RAP 2.0 project, so these will be affordable units. And what's I don't want to get too deep into it, but what's really kind of unique is that a lot of our neighbors shared about how existing housing assistance programs can perpetuate poverty. If you get a raise at work, all of a sudden your income is beyond the band for the unit that you're living in and you have to move. Well, that move just sucked every single dollar you just got in your raise. So what kind of advancement and economic stability are we actually advocating for people through our existing housing programs? So because of that, this project hasn't sought as much affordable housing funding as we perhaps could have, because we want to do it differently. We want to work with tenants for 3 years, do financial stability work with them, so budgeting, business planning, because we want to be working with creative entrepreneurs. These spaces, we did listening sessions specifically with artists to learn about what they need in live workspaces to be able to provide that in these units. And being able at the end of those 3 years to provide them a micro grant so that they can go have a down payment on a house, invest in a space for their business as part of that plan that they've created. But we really want them to leave at the end of those 3 years with greater economic stability than they had before. So that's one example of a dire need in our community, and really trying to be intentional about how we answer it and keying the work that we're doing to help people have greater economic stability as a result.
I apologize. I was listening, but can you go back over
Absolutely.
the outdoor use? Because I think from discussions that staff had with you, it wasn't our understanding that they'd be part of the rental, but versus the diatribe would be using them. And so I want to make sure we're clear on what we could expect. We maybe are particular because we hear the complaints, especially relative to outdoor space, sound travels, of course, and we've made a lot of changes recently in our traditional business areas because the residential is so close, if not in, obviously, you'll have tenants there as well. So I would like to belabor that a little bit because I think it's important for us to be very clear how those spaces will be used, especially when I look at your venue space with an occupancy of 330 people, operating what seems to be quite a bit later than what maybe other venues are in the area, with maybe the exception of Agave Sports, which or our ordinance would be a nightclub, which is no longer permitted, and that's one of the changes that I've mentioned that we've pulled away because we have a large group of people operating late, close proximity to residential. Things don't go always as smoothly as we would like them to. So as much as we try to streamline applications to the extent possible, sometimes there is merit in being maybe conservative or careful in what we allow initially, better understand what the impacts are. So could you belabor
That's
that for
fair.
me a little bit?
That's absolutely fair. So, so first I want to note outdoor spaces are not intended for use past 10 p.m. For the activities that are happening in the basement, anyone that's looking for a smoke break is going to be sent out Division Way, not out to the patio. That's not what that space is to be used for. So just first to that back space, which I think is the most closely impactful to residential neighbors, not intended as, the smoking spot where folks are going and yakking it up in the break of the intermission of the show. I think there's some flexibility on if these can be permitted as rental spaces or not. When we think about the intended uses and the things that the folks in our community want to celebrate, those bridal showers, those baby showers kind of thing, like pop to mind as a back patio use. Those tend to be daytime, not amplified sound, and maybe those are some of the requirements that we should add to that rental agreement specific to that space. When I envision those spaces from, our programming and mission-related work, I see it as the space where book clubs, literary salons, discussions, conversations, those kind of smaller, intimate gatherings, having a chance to have space for those. And particularly that outdoor element is something that is harder to find in that area.
Agreed. So do you think that would you be open to maybe parsing that out if we talked about 10 p.m. being the time? Would you be open to maybe a greater limit on any sort of outdoor amplification, like perhaps any amplified sound be ceasing by 8 p.m. It's more of a planning commission conversation, but just wondering, food for thought for them to noodle on perhaps.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair way to strike that balance. And as you said, there's merit to being cautious and being good neighbors. We certainly want to maintain our good relationship with our neighbors.
Any other questions?
I
Okay.
have just one more, sorry.
yeah.
So I was looking through the packet, I read through all your letters of support, which are awesome,
Yeah.
but they're all from 2022 or 2021. So can you
Yes.
just talk about that? I'm sure it was for a grant or whatever, and
Yes.
are those people still supportive? I'm sure they are, but can you?
Yeah,
just-
so we,
for the record.
we started this project, I think, dreaming about it in 2020. 2021 is when we really pushed and we went after some of our first grants. So that is indeed when we gathered all of those letters of support. And we wanted to include those to show support for the project. We didn't gather them specifically for this, aside from letting folks know that they could send additional letters of support, which it sounds like a few did, which we always love to hear. But that really was in support of the project as a whole. Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll have you take a seat.
Excellent.
I'm going to open up the public hearing. If you're here today for 2040 Division Avenue South, come up to the mic and share your thoughts with us.
Hi there. I'm Marcus Ringnalda. I am the founder and president of the Friends of Four Star, which own and operate the Four Star Theater, which was mentioned. Cool project, totally supportive of these variances. I just wanted to speak a little bit to that area-specific plan and the parking, because the next phase of the Four Star Theater will be asking for another variance for occupancy up to 400, maybe higher. But I've just heard chatter about the city-owned lot that Mobile GR has issues with it, expensive to maintain. There's illicit activity, and as a result, potentially an RFP for development of that site. So just trying to get ahead of that and say, I think, as a district, for the sort of things the applicant wants to do, I think that parking is essential. That's not the same way everywhere in our city. So maybe this is much ado about nothing, but I have heard developers just hearing chatter about the redevelopment of that parking lot. The area-specific plan has a very small portion of it, which shows, transit-oriented development. So just as you approve enhanced parking, it is an asset to projects like this in our community, and I hope it can stay that way. So thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, I will close the public hearing. Kristen, do you know anything about the parking lots?
I do. I would say that in general, we do approach city-owned parking facilities as redevelopment opportunities. So I certainly wouldn't be prepared to say that that these parking lots will be indefinite, serving as parking for the business district. There is, of course, a process that the city would have to go through, like the RFP, and City Commission would have to approve the sale. There's a policy in place that guides that decision. So it's not to say that, city staff can't just say, okay, we're going to sell it now and see a development. There's a intentional process with those conversations that take place about what are the needs. But for Planning Commission's perspective, as with on-street parking, for example, that when we redesign streets, sometimes on-street parking goes away. So you're making a decision based on what we know and have today. But that's not to say that future policy decisions wouldn't change that built environment, i.e. parking could go away.
All right. Other discussion?
Just in point of that parking, I would liken this district to Creston, where we've seen a lot of development but retain that common parking, which I think it's common parking, so you don't have everybody down the street having to have their own parking. And while we don't oversee that or make the decisions about it, I think that's an important component and comparison where you are beginning to see development. This is an incredible project that could be one of those turning points for the entire neighborhood. You don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater here. Not that we like parking lots in particular, but when they support the whole neighborhood, I would hope that the city would certainly look at that as an asset to getting other buildings redone too, if that would be an impediment to it. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Yeah, I think this project is incredible. I think it will be a great asset in our community. I am very glad to hear that there's going to be a signal introduced at Andre, because I too was really concerned about folks crossing, utilizing the city-owned parking lots. So I'm glad to hear that is. Oh, maybe not. Okay, we'll see, I guess.
Hello, Ariana Jeske from Mobile GR. So just a few things. We're actually putting in a pedestrian hybrid beacon there. So not a full traffic signal, so it's on-demand pedestrian crossing, so very much like what we have out front here. And then as kind of some of the discussions about the parking lots, we are making some investments in there. We're going to have one of our EV car shares that is coming hopefully this spring here. We're going to have one of our ports, our stations there. So in this in the immediate future, we're investing more into different transportation options. So that's kind of a little bit of background for what we're planning to do at the moment. So
Is this within the micromobility zone as well?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So I'm not exactly sure where the DBZs are, but those are always flexible. And if we need one closer, we could probably help facilitate that.
There's one right at the end of the street.
Perfect. Cool. Thanks for that. Anyone else?
I don't know if we're into this, it sort of seems the support stage, but I really support this project. I went by it today, I've been by it before, but I went, oh, thank you, hoping for investment. And I've watched on Wealthy Street where one investment and then another, you hopefully will spark that kind of resolution with this neighborhood, which is so vital. I love the mixed use that you've put in it. I'm a disciple of creating creative cities. That creative cities sometimes aren't looked at as an economic development asset, but they are retaining and creating and promoting creativity, those kinds of things make cool cities, which make people want to stay or come to those cities. I have no problem with you staying open till 1 in the morning. You're underground, first of all, and 1 o'clock in the morning, not for my generation, but other generations, and particularly I read this, I don't mean to stereotype. Creative people have different hours than some of us, and we need to acknowledge that to make this, which we are making in Coal City. Very cool, very cool.
Okay, we ready? Great project. Super excited, happy to make the motion. Now therefore be, and I'm going to try to get through this without coughing and reading and all those things. Right, or shedding. Now therefore it be resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use and site plan review request of the Diatribe Megan Smith Jovanovich to establish the Emory Arts and Culture Hub Community Center at 2040 South Division Avenue Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the purpose and intent of the TN-TBA zone district to encourage a mix of uses in a commercial area, promote the rehabilitation and reuse of an older building, support the goals of the Southtown Business Area Specific Plan, to be a more stable and thriving business community without displacement by reuse of underutilized spaces, and be a more vibrant place to work, shop, play, learn, live, and do business. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because the site currently conforms to the TNTBA site layout requirements, and the building will be brought closer to the conformity with current building element requirements. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the use will activate an underutilized site. Activity associated with the proposed use is not anticipated to impose a burden on other uses in the area, and the proposed use is intended to serve community members within the surrounding neighborhood. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed uses will be minimized because adequate parking will be provided in nearby public parking lots and on-street, and building entrances have been designed to minimize effects on neighboring properties. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses, or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic noise, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter, because late-night assembly events will occur indoors, and high traffic generation from the proposed use will occur during off-peak hours. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of pedestrian-oriented environment, because the existing building already comports with TN neighborhood design, which is by its nature, promotes walkability. That's a new one. The building will be appropriately accessed from the public sidewalk. The proposed use will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public because the site is currently improved with a public infrastructure capable of handling the proposed use. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require excessive code enforcement actions given the proposed scale, hours, and location. And the use will encourage other investment in the area. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the area is underserved by the proposed alcohol service use, and that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because, as proposed, the use will be unique and compared to existing uses in the neighborhood. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the proposed hours of operation are consistent with other establishments in the vicinity. The operator or her designee will be on the premises during events, and the conditions of the special land use approval will limit nuisances that require police or code enforcement actions. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will not have any negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because the applicant has procedures prepared so that
the use will be operated in a manner that has the potential to minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions that approvals on the screen that have been read previously. Number 2, that all right-of-way improvements are subject to review by the engineering departments. Number 3, outdoor spaces. That the use of the outdoor space shall cease by 10 p.m. That events on the rooftop deck shall not exceed 49 individuals and shall not include live entertainment or alcohol service.
I think the applicant would like us to strike the remaining sentence after 49 individuals, period, based on their presentation.
Okay.
Which is why I was suggesting that maybe the amplified sound be ending at a time earlier than 10 p.m. is a kind of a compromise of those two.
Okay.
So I was thinking that the use of the outdoor space shall cease by 10 p.m. with amplified sound completing by 8 p.m. And then part B would be that events on the rooftop deck shall not exceed 49 individuals, period.
Well, that makes more sense. Does that?
I was being arbitrary at 8 p.m., so I'd leave that up to you.
9 p.m. is fine? Any?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Number 4, that this lower level assembly space, that the space may accommodate up to 330 individuals, subject to occupancy determination by the city's building official and applicable building and fire codes. That sound amplification shall cease by 10 p.m. weekdays and 12:30 a.m. weekends. That events shall cease by 1 a.m. That a noise analysis shall be conducted by a qualified engineer, and if necessary, the building shall be soundproofed to meet requirements of the Noise Control Ordinance, Chapter 151, Article 5 of the City Code. And number 5, that all alcohol consumed on the premises, with the exception in the individual dwelling units, must be dispensed by a licensed alcohol caterer. Number 6, that the operator and/or his/her designee shall be on the premises during all events. And number 7, that the proposed mural shall be reviewed by the Art Advisory Committee.
Support.
Motion.
You got it?
No, I'm just high-fiving you.
Oh,
We have a motion and support. I'm wondering if you would be open to, under E3, changing it to the operator or their designee, just to be inclusive of all the things.
Yeah, that
And
support,
also
yeah,
in
sounded
6,
kinda weird.
the condition 6 to replace his/her with their.
Agreed.
support.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Congratulations.
Can I have a comment? I just want to know what type of membership, but you can get that swag jacket hat.
It's a big number.
Okay, all right, moving to Planning Commission discussion of the draft text amendments. Text amendment. Oh, okay.
Elizabeth, are the amendments on the screen or no? On the presentation, pardon me? Pull them up.
Oh, the mini packet is, okay, a good idea. It's in the minute.
Packet.
I'm losing my mind right now.
Oh, honey, wait till you get.
Ability to talk. I'm 4.
Wait till you get my age.
It's going to happen to me by
It will.
1, 5, we're still okay? Yep, O'Brien's back, okay. All right, so we've seen presentations on how we got here, what we're doing and such, so for interest of time, I think I'll skip to the text amendments themselves, if that's okay. Of course, a more thorough presentation will be provided at the public hearing to make sure we level set and explain what we're doing. But for purposes of today, I'll just jump straight to the actual presentation. So at your December Planning Commission meeting, at least a few of you, I believe the chair specifically and vice chair, asked to see a copy of the red line before we move to a public hearing. And there, of course, is a difference between you providing direction as to how you would like us to make policy changes and actually seeing them in the, in this case, black and red text. So Microsoft, of course, we use the red line, the track changes features, which as a first user defaults to the redlining that you're seeing, red lines that you're seeing here on the screen. Elizabeth took some time to organize this so that it's a little bit more digestible than maybe a traditional ordinance format for you, so that you can see all of the changes that are relative to the accessory dwelling unit policy direction that you've provided, and move through each of those topics or themes within your packet. So your packet might look a little bit different for the public hearing, but the content will be the same relative to the housing. When we actually, writing code is challenging, and when you actually go to write the code and insert, you end up realizing that there's perhaps some conflicts or additional changes that have to be made beyond what we talked about. So we've tried to highlight those as best we could to make sure that we either got clarity from you or that we were heading in the right that we've headed in the right direction to implement the feedback that you've already provided. So starting with accessory dwelling units, currently those are what we call qualified review, and your direction was to make those permitted use, meaning that Planning Commission would no longer be seeing applications for an accessory dwelling unit unless it were not to meet certain standards of Article 9, in which case where there's waivers, if you will, that are needed or relief that's needed, and the Planning Commission as authority, it could punt to you or default to you as part of that application process. But in general, we moved it to a permitted use. So those are the top two sections that show what that process would look like. There would be a director review, meaning staff would require an application, understand the nature of the use before we move to that permitting process. Article 9 is our performance standards or use regulations for many of the uses that we have within the city, including accessory dwelling units. And so you can see that we've adjusted Part A to be a little bit more flexible, because your desire was to not only permit accessory dwelling units with single family, but also permit them in association with two-family dwellings. So Part A reflects that it's one permitted per lot. New Part B indicates that it can be done in association with a single or two-family dwelling. Some grammatical changes, of course, because Elizabeth and Laura are good at that, to make clear for clarity of the ordinance. We've adjusted the building height section only for, we didn't adjust the regulation, but just for consistency of how we word the regulations, opportunity for cleanup. Part F2, the floor.
Would you ask questions, or are you just, is this to be discussed later?
I was thinking of getting through, I'm sorry,
Okay,
thank you.
go through them all.
each section, pause, thumbs up, thumbs down, discussion, and then move to the next one. Is that okay?
Yeah, I had questions on the building height, but.
Okay.
We can.
We'll circle back in a second, yep. So Part 2 was an area that we've highlighted. Currently, this language is what we have in the ordinance, that an accessory dwelling unit cannot exceed 40% of the gross floor area of the primary, but in any case shall be 400 square feet, not larger than 850 square feet. I think the Planning Commission was comfortable removing maybe the minimum square foot and letting the building and applicable housing codes, but we wanted to circle back and understand whether the Planning Commission does want that proportionality of 40% to make sure that the accessory dwelling unit remains subordinate in use or accessory to the primary, and whether we were comfortable with those numbers. So we paused on that or highlighted that just to see whether there was changes that you would like. Part G is more grammatical in nature, just making sure that it's clear as to what the expectations are, that attached units are just part of the primary structure and must comport with the required setbacks. Part 2 is stating that if it's detached, it has to adhere to detached accessory structures, pulling apart that front yard limitation, where if it's attached, it could conceivably be in the front yard if it could meet setback requirements. Part I is significant in that your request was to eliminate an owner occupancy requirement, so that has been stricken. There is still the rental code requirements that state that it shall be registered and inspected per city code. And I believe the rest is just cleanup and not material to your feedback. And then lastly, on the third page is eliminating the parking requirement for an accessory dwelling unit. We went back and forth on this, but think it's most clear if we keep the use in the table and simply have a 0 versus eliminating the line from the table entirely. It's probably 6 one, half dozen the other, but that's where we landed, was to make it easy, we hope, and clear. Questions, comments, thoughts?
So under the building height 1, shall not, the building height for attached shall not exceed the permissible main building height of the zone district. So that allows, say, a 1-story house to, if the district is 3 stories, to put on a 3-story addition. Am I? I know
You're accurate in your thought, but no, it wouldn't be up to 3 stories. So yes, if it was an existing single-story home, you could do a 2-story addition. If that 2-story addition is dedicated to the primary structure or the accessory dwelling unit, yes, you could build an accessory dwelling unit above the height of the primary structure, existing primary structure. However, it cannot exceed the limits of the zone district, which would be 2.5 stories by right, what's permitted, or 3-story with planning commission approval. And Laura and Elizabeth, just shoot your hand up or something, yell at me if I've misstated.
And my other question, and maybe you answered this before, if I want to build, don't tell any of my children this, but if I want to build an accessory development for an adult child to live in, and I don't charge them rent, does that, it doesn't become a rental unit, right? And does it then operate under these conditions? Or what, a mother-in-law?
I apologize. I'm not 100% certain on the rental inspection code process, so I'd be a little bit reluctant to make a guess on that, but we can find out for you.
Because then it says you have to, I thought there was a sentence about it has to be registered with the rental, whatever.
It typically would, but if there's some sort of relational provision within the within Chapter 140, then it would not require that certification.
Okay.
We can find out what that code looks like, but I believe it does require generally registration and certification. I just don't know if there's an exception for a family or caregiver or something. I don't believe that there
It
is.
just says if it's leased, so I guess it just says that it's leased in here. So if they weren't
Leasing.
signing a lease of any kind.
You wouldn't have to, I have a friend who bought a house for her daughter, doesn't charge her rent, but it is considered, it's considered lease or rental, even though she doesn't charge, and has to be inspected.
Because it's not owner-occupied. Yeah, because it's not owner-occupied space, therefore there's protections in place for that tenant.
Okay.
We'll confirm that
just,
this language is consistent with their code, and so perhaps could be more eloquent on it in the future.
I have a building height, or a height question too, for detached. I think in the past, and it appears to be the case here, and you can tell me that I'm wrong, but in the past, there was, planning commission, nobody could take it above 20 feet. And I can't remember, it's not super clear to me here, but I also don't see a path. And I'm curious if there's room to even if it is through planning commission or a review. Because once you start adding the numbers up, like if you put a unit on top of a garage, which I'm assuming the 20 feet is talking about for detached.
Yep.
If you're going to have a garage door, you're going to have an 8-foot ceiling in your garage at a minimum. You have floor structure above that, you're at 9 feet. You've got an 8-foot ceiling, which is the lowest ceiling you're going to put in the unit. And then a 12-inch heel on your truss, and you can do a story and a half, but you can't do a 2-story ADU in 20 feet unless you have a really low slope roof, because by the time you go halfway up the roof pitch, you're going to be north of 20 feet. And to stack an ADU that way on top of a garage is much cheaper than putting the living space inside the trusses. So I think there are opportunities, and even if it comes with some sort of review, you probably wouldn't see very many of them, but I think it's probably appropriate to give people the opportunity to go for something that's taller than the limitation of 20 feet.
So if the suggestion is to raise from 20 to 22 feet, that's something you could do now. Alternatively, it's a case by case. There is the ability for these, for the planning commission to see an application where you need to deviate from the standard. So if the application proposes a 23-foot tall structure, we could bring that forward to the planning commission for consideration.
But what if that's the norm, though? Like, what if that's actually not, what if 20 is not the norm? Like, he's proposing that probably 20 feet is an underestimation of a reasonable.
Then I would suggest we should make that change now, and I would look for guidance on what that number should be.
Well, I mean, I can figure it out. My example was, it's super short. I mean, there's not really room for insulation or plumbing in the floor structure that I had only at 12 inches thick. So off the top of my head, I would say you put it, if you just want a number, you put it at the 25 feet that you had elsewhere. But again, if there's a mechanism to extend beyond that, I don't think it's a big deal.
Yep.
It's just, I think at one point in its history, it was like, this is the top and there's no way to go above it. And I think that has a potential to cause problems. So, and if that's been resolved, then I don't have a big issue.
What if it read that it went on top, you could do 15 feet on top of the existing building instead of, the total?
Well, there's
That would
still
include
maximum floor to ceiling, like story height. There's still maximum story heights that are already in the ordinance. Is that what you're saying? In case you wanted to build a really tall second story that?
No, I'm thinking of above the garage, but maybe that wouldn't be inclusive enough to just say you can build to 15 feet above an existing structure.
Again, there's already language for 25 feet, so I feel like that's probably appropriate. But, and I think you could fit it in there. But like I said, as long as there's a mechanism for talking to people and figuring it out, if they don't fit in the maximum that's listed, I think that's okay too.
Well, I think the goal would be to make this as practical as possible. And so if, when we created these numbers back in 2018-ish, the idea was if it were an accessory structure, like a detached garage that could support a second story for an ADU, and it were only 3 feet or 2 feet or something from the lot line, I guess 3 feet would be the minimum, that having a taller structure was not appropriate, that you would have a story and a half, meaning I would have to live within a sloped roof of that upper floor, that I wouldn't have full 9-foot floor to ceilings throughout the entire unit. And then if you wanted something taller, you would need to pull that structure further back to meet the underlying setbacks of the ordinance. So that was the intent of having the 20 and 25 foot. But I think that there is some merit to what you're saying, where if it's simply not feasible in 20 feet, then we should adjust that now. Or if you're comfortable saying, well, it's doable, it may not be ideal, then we do have the ability to address it on a case-by-case application through the Planning Commission.
Can you speak to a little bit about the setbacks and how that works? And I'm thinking about my own neighborhood where if everybody added a second story to their garage, it would really box in the entire, right? I mean, just puts this huge monolithic wall on a backyard because our garages are the property lines, right? So how does setback play into the permissible heights and that type of thing?
Yeah, so let me get to that section unless you
If I
can.
could just add something, I just want to mention that the height is not measured to the peak, it's measured to the midpoint.
Right, it's
So-
halfway up. Yep.
Okay, so that adds a little bit, and I was also going to reiterate what Kristen said about, an accessory structure has to be at 3 feet. So just like you said, if you want to go higher than 20 feet, maybe we need to go a little higher, but the intent was if you wanted to go higher than 20 feet, because it can be so close to the lot line, we limited it to 20 feet. If you wanted to go higher, well, you got to be at least 5 feet from the lot line.
Okay.
That was the intent of this regulation.
Yeah.
I think that's fine, but I think where you practically run into an issue is actually rear yard setbacks. I mean, I believe that they're normally quite a bit bigger for a primary structure than they are for an accessory structure. So if you have existing garages that are further into the rear yard, then you're going to have the same requirements. So the 5 feet, would have no issue with 5 feet being a requirement for a setback, but I think you'll find that, which would probably work for a lot of garages in the city, but if with the meeting the setback requirements for the primary structure, most people's garages don't meet those rear yard setbacks, if I'm thinking about it correctly.
So where the main structure setbacks are met, then you can go to 25 feet.
Right.
If it's a detached unit, which I guess presumably means that you're not meeting the main structure, then you can only go to 20 feet. Does that make sense?
It makes sense other than practically,
Okay.
from a construction
Yes.
standpoint, it is, it's not providing for affordable housing in the same ways that you might be able to with a few more feet. And I understand the concerns about if everybody did this, but I think if you look at the history of ADUs in the city, there's a couple. And so, and also like from the individual perspective, experiencing the difference between 20 feet and 24 feet from grade is minimal in most circumstances.
Well, if the Planning Commission's comfortable, perhaps Brian and I can continue this conversation and arrive at a practical number that then the Planning Commission can evaluate during the hearing. We'll put that number in there, and that's something you can continue to think about over the next few weeks and at the hearing. I had a thought. About the fact that could everybody do it on a detached structure? I mean, I think many of our existing garages would probably not support the weight of a second structure. But also, if it were a detached structure that were an existing garage, you also now have to run water and sewer to those facilities. So the idea that this could proliferate in a neighborhood is probably, which is not, I know that's not what you said, but there's realities, of course, there.
Can we talk about the size, the 400 square feet to 850? I'm comfortable with eliminating that minimum, but I don't know.
Elizabeth, can you flip it to the next? For some reason, I don't have.
We both tried to do it.
There, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So there's, as planners, we've struggled with size a little bit, because if it were an attached unit, what's the difference between an ADU and a two-family dwelling? And, building code probably doesn't see a whole lot of difference. And I think from a planning perspective, we really wanted to try to keep it subordinate in size, which seems to be relatively consistent with best practices around the country. We've provided a lot of those reports in your previous packets. But certainly the Planning Commission, this is within your scope to say, we're comfortable with allowing it, either not having a proportionality requirement and/or allowing it to go larger.
I mean, go ahead, Brian, yeah.
I think from proportion, I think having if you, I don't know that we'll have any major issues by allowing people a little more leeway with ADUs, but if, from a proportion standpoint, 40 or 50% of the gross floor area of the existing unit or the existing house, I think is appropriate. But again, like if you think about a 400 square foot unit, if you have a 12 or 14 foot wide garage that's 22 feet deep, you could put a 300 square foot unit on top of it if it was allowed by the zoning ordinance, but it's not currently. So I think that the 400 square foot minimum, I think it could still fit in nicely with the neighborhood. I think that and proportionately with the house without, and be lower than that under certain circumstances.
Is the 850-foot maximum appropriate?
I'm comfortable with the ratios in the 850. It's the 400. I think that maybe I could see go lower. Even to half that for a studio size place so the minimum I think that I would suggest could be lower.
We could strike the minimum and just default to the building code.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be fine with that.
Great. Nice.
Any other thoughts on accessory dwelling units? Did we capture your direction? Are you comfortable with the changes we've proposed, subject to the few additions that we've just talked about today? Okay. And obviously, there's still time when we go through the hearing for you to request additional changes. So this is not, doesn't have to look like what you recommend in the future. Unrelated people, this was a simplistic change. You've had quite a bit of feedback already on this matter. Unrelated people living as a family, the definition of family currently does not allow for more than 4 unrelated individuals to reside in a single dwelling unit. Based on your conversation, you would like to change that to 6. So you can see the, thank you, text amendment there of what that looks like in code. Okay. The next topic or theme, if you will, is under the group living categories, and we were specifically looking at single-room occupancies or SROs, as well as transitional or emergency shelters. So starting with an SRO, currently we do not permit SROs in the residential zone district. They are only permitted in the commercial zone district. And so what we're suggesting is to allow SROs that have 6 or fewer units to be a permitted use in the residential zone district. Anything between 7 and 12 units would require Planning Commission approval through the special land use process. 13 or more units would not be permitted in the LDR zone district, consistent with today. And then you can see in Article 9, the use regulations, how that looks with the LDR requiring special land use for the 7 to 12 units.
Excuse me, Kristen, can I jump in here? SROs are currently special land use in the MDR, but not permitted at all in the LDR.
Yes.
You said commercial zone districts.
Oh, I started there. I thought maybe I didn't state that correctly. I'm sorry. Currently permitted in commercial, and what Elizabeth said, correct. So you can see the changes in Table 5.505 in terms of how we tiered out the single SROs to base it on unit size, total unit count, I should say. And you can see the Ps and the Ss for permitted and special. X, of course, is not permitted. Moving down to Article 9, the use provisions. Currently, the ordinance requires SROs to have a 1,500-foot buffer from other SROs, residential rehab facilities, transitional shelters, and adult foster care. I think the idea being historically SROs have been more of a transient population, transient use, and making sure that vulnerable populations had some protection there and not looking to concentrate any of those uses together. So this this change, Part A, would increase from 10 to 13, so that 13 or more units has that setback or buffer distance. I think that trying to make that number consistent with how we've tiered it out in Table 5. We did state that a good neighbor plan should be required when there is a special land use permit process. Tenancy, previously SROs only had to be occupied for a period of 32 days. The thought, and we talked about this earlier, is that if we're looking to allow SROs to provide more flexibility within the neighborhoods, that perhaps increasing that tenancy period to 90 days to make it more of a permanent type, more permanent type residence than what a 32-day lease would permit. Then looking at the definition, you can see the red line versions that we've made, that it contains either a bathroom or a kitchen, but not both, which is consistent with today. And then striking the usually contains 50 or more units, and then letting the use tables define how many units are in an SRO. Any questions, concerns, or comments? The second part of the group living changes relate to transitional emergency shelters. This is also a significant change in that currently we do not permit transitional emergency shelters in our LDR zone districts. This would permit them by special land use. And then when you go down to Article 9, it's a little bit more, Article 9, it's a little bit more nuanced. So this is, you can see the changes. Thank you for changing the slide as well. In a residential zone district, because of course we do permit them in commercial districts, a shelter having more than 7 adults shall not be located on a neighborhood or link residential street in accordance with the Vital Street Plan, unless located on a lot of 1 acre or more, and shall be located within 2,500 feet of a transit stop. So those are requirements that must be met for a shelter to be approved by the Planning Commission. That said, of course, you do have the authority to waive that and make it more contextualized with the neighborhood that it's in. So,
is the existing, right now for transitional housing, do you have to get special permission if it's in a residential area?
It's not permitted in a LDR zone district. It would be required, it would require Planning Commission approval in the MDR district.
Okay.
So although the table doesn't break this out, the idea was that if it were 6 or less persons, consistent with the family definition, albeit transient versus transitional versus permanent residency, it would require special land use. But if there's 7 or more individuals adults, that would be residing there, then it shall be located on a residential street, Elizabeth, right?
I'm sorry, which section are we looking at?
A1. It shall be located on a residential?
No. If it has 7 or more, we don't want it on those smaller streets.
We expect them on the higher volume.
Right. Maybe there's
Yeah.
a better way to write it, but
Yeah.
this is what we ended up with.
Thank you, yes. If the shelter has 13 or more adults, then we've got a separation distance buffer again. Shall be on a lot at least 20,000 square feet in a residential zone district, and again, requiring a good neighbor plan. I'm stumbling on A1, so I think we need to look at that language again, Elizabeth.
So this is all talking about adults, so how would family, like, the kids don't count against these numbers? Okay.
Yeah. The assumption being individual adults, and we have talked with nonprofits in the city to help us understand this, but the idea of the facility comprised of adults versus families would have would have a different impact and a different operational plan in place. Okay. The next page is really just, I guess, a cleanup, making sure that in Article 5, oh, this is the infill housing. Nope, this is important, sorry. Looking at our small-scale residential infill, we talked about allowing 6 or less units by right when located on certain street segments. And so this first section would be at the end of the use table, technically, stating that in the LDR district, a multifamily of 6 or fewer units is permitted on a link residential and network residential street. So that's big implications, but pretty straightforward in terms of ordinance format. The next section is your use and site layout building placement standards. So I'll encourage you over the next couple of weeks to really look at this, to digest it, because these are significant changes that reduce the lot width and area requirements for small-scale multifamily. So specifically looking at the two-family, for example, we didn't put it in there. We're preparing graphics to show how these changes take place. Currently a two-family in an LDR requires 6,000 square foot minimum. There's an established lot area that factors in, and then in the MDR, it requires 5,000. So we'd be looking at making those numbers consistent with those dimensions, those lot area consistent with the single-family residential. So in other words, if it's big enough to support a single-family residential, it's big enough to support a two-family residential. And that would be true in all areas of the neighborhoods. This is not tied to a street segment like we were talking about previously.
Kristen, would you like me to open up that?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. Sorry, I've gone back and forth on that. Thank you. Then moving to the lot width requirements, similar methodology, making that consistent with what is required for a detached single-family lot, making that minimum 36 feet versus 60 feet. And Laura was kind enough to graphically show what this looks like. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see for a two-family dwelling, it currently requires 60 feet wide, which inherently means you need 100 feet deep to meet that 6,000 square foot minimum. Under the proposed ordinance, the box immediately adjacent, it would be 36 feet by 111 feet deep. This is just minimums, of course. There's other dimensional arrangements that could be made to arrive at the minimum of 4,000 square feet, or I think we talked about maybe even 3,800 at this point, because that would be consistent with the LDR, which is the middle box that shows 36 foot wide by 150 feet deep. So it's just showing you how these dimensions would significantly change what size lots would be required to support the two-family use. Any questions before I move on to multifamily there?
Just a quick question about single-family and lot area requirements. I feel like most of our undeveloped or available lots for infill housing, even for single-family, are kind of left non-conforming lots. So there's some 25-foot wide lots, and like if you had 25 foot by 100 feet deep, and we still can't allow anybody to build on it, even though in a lot of areas, it's a LDR zone district where a number of lots are that size or close to it, and it's leftover property, and it's a great spot to provide housing, but it is near impossible to do with the current zoning ordinance.
So recall, if it's vacant, the Planning Commission last year approved an amendment to allow for an administrative departure or reduction.
Perfect. Sorry, I wasn't aware of that.
Nope, that's okay.
And also, non-conforming lots, you can always use for a single-family home.
That's true for if it's non-conforming to a single family. If it's two-family, then you could use the departure to be able to build a two-family on it. So there are more tools than what there have been previously, Brian. I think skipping over for a second, one of the challenges we've had if we're going to reduce these is that this is going to be a trade-off. If we want to allow for the reduction, then we probably need to look at the established area definition, or requirement, pardon me. So currently, even though there's these minimums in place, in order to create a new lot, it has to be a median of what's established or happening around it. So the minimum is only the minimum if the lots adjacent are also of similar size. If they are significantly larger, then you wouldn't get down to that 36-foot number. So that's a lot to take in, I know. And I think that that's one of the trade-offs. If we're going to be okay with smaller lots in our residential neighborhood, which seems to be the direction that the Planning Commission has provided for single and two-family, it won't work by adjusting the tables in the number independently without considering a significant change to the established area requirement.
So just for some perspective, I haven't designed that many houses in the city of Grand Rapids. It's a handful or maybe a dozen or so, but established lot areas and widths have made things so much more difficult through and through. Because again, available lots are usually too small or they don't meet the median number. And the median is just the one in the middle. So there's everything below that is non-conforming. So again, if there's a mechanism to get there, but in the past, and maybe this isn't the case anymore, in the past there wasn't a mechanism, so it's just off limits and it's going to be vacant. So I think I'm probably on the extreme end, but I would say we already have everything we care about covered somewhere else, so that the median thing doesn't even need to exist. But I know that that is probably a little scary for some people.
It's definitely not what we heard when we created the ordinance back in, through the 2002 plan and through the 2008 rewrite, where we, I think, created a lot of these provisions. That said, we've had a lot of discussions internally where how do we support the incremental infill and still keep the same baseline methodology of that pattern of development? And so if we want different outcomes, then perhaps we need to think a little bit differently than what we were thinking back in '02 and '08 when this ordinance was created. But that means that if I have a 50-foot lot in a residential neighborhood, my neighbor's home could conceivably be 38 feet when everybody else's is 50 feet. Am I okay with that change in that pattern of development in the city, in my neighborhood? So
I think it's important for affordable housing to provide those opportunities and to provide room for those lots to be developed. I also, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we make some of these decisions and it turns into a disaster, we can probably come back and fix it, right? So like if...
You're not wrong, but we would try to, we typically try to anticipate what would the potential outcomes be. Implement those outcomes perhaps more conservatively than what you're suggesting, Brian, and determine, are we comfortable with the outcomes? And then we can always adjust again, but there's trade-offs, like I said.
I totally appreciate that. So in design school, and I know this is a different thing, I was once told that you have to go past where you want to be and come back to it. Because if you try to keep incrementally going there, you're never going to find that spot because you're going to stop before you get there. So just food for thought.
It's a good food for thought. I lived in Seattle. My daughter lives in Seattle. And skinny homes were very popular out there. And, they also have a different topography than we have, so they have that to contend with. And I think she lived in like a 20-foot wide house or something like that. So I do think that if we need to, I agree with, the thoughts about putting it out there and seeing if they come, because there are a lot of lots that aren't conforming to, the standard subdivision or what we already have on the books for housing. And they provide very nice housing, They're long and skinny.
So,
But to my earlier point also, as long as there's a mechanism so that those lots can be at least, so that people can propose something and talk about it and hopefully get somewhere, I think that's a huge step forward from where we've been sometime in our past. So
yeah, and
I'm not saying that we have to go, just go crazy, like maybe it sounds like I am, but I think that we do need to think about, even with a review process, what does it mean for vacant properties in our city to be developable?
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh,
Okay.
I can't.
No, we're still good.
Okay.
So, yes, there is the administrative departure, and we can make sure that that's referenced so that you familiarize yourself with that change. That's specific to vacant lots, meaning that if there's an existing structure on it, you couldn't demolish that structure and then split to try to reorganize that block or those couple of lots. So there are some limitations on it. So this is really important, and I know you know that, but I'm going to ask over the next couple of weeks just to kind of really sit with it. Feel free to talk with us. We can set up very small groups or separately if you want to sit with me or planning staff to run through it, make sure you're comfortable with it and understanding its implications with those dimensions that we're changing, and then also sit with the established lot requirements. It's not an easy read necessarily, which why sometimes it takes a little bit of time, but I've explained the concept to you and happy to do that again, and understand that by lowering the width and area requirements, that doesn't really make sense to do if we're not prepared to modify or eliminate the established lot area width requirements. Similar to that, when we talk about, creating an ordinance that's effective, that's going to achieve the outcomes that we desire, there is currently a provision in our, for single-family requirements that talk about not being able to convert an existing single-family home into a two-family or multifamily. So if we don't eliminate that requirement, meaning we would, in order for the ordinance to be effective, to allow for two-family or multifamily to be constructed on those link residential, neighborhood residential, network residential streets, then if we don't eliminate that provision, then effectively we'd be, I don't want to say supporting, that feels like a wrong word, but the natural result of that could be the demolition of the existing structure in order for the reconstruction or new construction of a duplex. So we'd be sacrificing the existing home, okay? Existing structure to rebuild. However, by not keeping it in, we'd be allowing the conversion of existing homes that could be converted to a higher density. Now, we can talk about the practicality of converting existing structures into higher density with current building requirements, very different than building requirements that were in place back in the 60s. So converting existing single-family homes is not to be taken lightly. It's not easy, as I'm sure Aaron and Brian, as well. So again, you're going to hear me say this, these are trade-offs. If we want for these ordinance requirements to be effective, there's going to be some maybe historical concepts that we felt were really important back in the 2000s. We might need to let that go. If we believe that we're heading in the right direction with these changes, And there's, again, more changes that can come through the community master planning process. And of course, there's changes that can be made as we do all the time with the ordinance. So I think I've belabored the short-term housing section, but we knew it's going to be a potentially powerful tool to allow for that incremental infill of new housing. But there are a lot of sections that had to be updated in order to effectuate that change. So please, again, read that and let us know if you have any questions. The next section was parking. And the first section is just a little bit of a cleanup, and I think, Brian, you've asked this question before. We eliminated the requirement for city center parking, but we still had a provision in there that allowed for the Planning Commission to consider parking over the 20% rule. But the words required and provided were not as clear as it could be. So this is an attempt to clean that up, to say there are no parking requirements in the downtown, which is consistent with it today. If parking's required, it's at one space per 1,000 or one space per unit. But the Planning Commission has the ability to allow for more parking supply than what those formulas would result in. So it's intended not to push something to a variance process, but keep it in a Planning Commission process, because your standards allow us to think a little bit more holistically versus the planning. So consistent with today, we think it's not a policy shift, but it's cleaning that language up, which is the part 1 and 2. I think the new number 2 is specific to your residential conversation about residential parking. It effectively states that new developments of 6 or fewer dwelling units when located on Link Residential or Network Residential doesn't have any parking requirements. So if I were to build a single family up to a 6-plex on those identified street segments, I would not be required to add any additional parking. Any parking, period. So you'd be relying either on street parking or on transit or your bike, walking, et cetera. We have sent you a lot of information about different cities, different, studies or articles about the impacts of parking. And I think where we've landed is, if we want to increase density and be strategic about where we allow it, if we still require the same amount of parking, it doesn't fit. There's not room, which means more land would have to be acquired, which is inherently going to result in demolition for parking. So another significant change for your consideration. The other piece of it is a part that we've struggled with that is not necessarily what you've talked about recently, but just the proximity of transit. In the past, the dimensions or the requirement to have transit for parking waivers was probably relatively short in a distance. People are capable and willing and wanting to walk further. So this just says we extend the distance that a transit stop can be from a development when you're considering whether a waiver would be appropriate.
Back to the parking, I still question about whether one size fits all for the whole city, particularly where there's very dense building like Heritage Hill or some of our other neighborhoods where houses are close together, where they may have been built before garages were even, put on the lots. And I feel like when we do that, one size fits all, we're sort of penalizing those neighborhoods that are already very densely, have made have added accessory dwellings over carriage houses and things like that. And so I just raised that. I don't know if other commissioners have that concern, but I do. It feels like we're not looking at the unique attributes of each neighborhood and how they've already contributed more housing than some other neighborhoods.
I mean, I think having it apply to Link Residential and where, I lost where it was.
Network residential.
Network Residential, it's not going to be on those small neighborhood streets. So I think that it will have less impact. And I don't think kind of treating one neighborhood
Apparently.
as more than another is appropriate. That's my opinion.
I guess I don't understand, but it's getting late in the day for my
Sure.
to understand much more.
Oh, I was trying to pull up the Vital Streets plan. Oh, so sorry. But I walked in.
Oh, you know what? It's in here.
Sorry, I didn't. Sorry. I didn't mean for the meeting to go longer.
Thank you.
No,
So-
like my street is the smallest of neighborhood designations here, right? So.
Neighborhood residential.
Right. So on that kind of street, which is a lot of the streets in our city, you can't build a development of you can't provide no parking. Wouldn't be allowed based on this.
Yep. So, this hierarchy is important. So you're right, neighborhood residential, those are like the internal to the neighborhood streets. The regulations that we're making relative to the infill of housing, small-scale housing, and the parking do not apply to properties that front on these light green streets. They do apply to the Link Residential, Network Residential. So if I go to the next slide, you can see where some of these street typologies begin by neighborhood.
Thanks for that distinction. I apologize, I didn't.
No, that's okay.
Wasn't clear on that.
So we're working on updating our public-facing map so that it's obvious and clear where these streets are for future, presuming implementation, but also just communication. We always want to be careful on not making a decision based on where one person lives and how they're impacted, thinking more holistically. But zoning can be a more blunt tool than I think what you're talking about, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, so.
I do want to say, just because I said my street is probably a neighborhood residential street, I was not saying that I'm for it because this wouldn't be allowed on my street. That's not what I was saying at all.
Would love it. Thank you.
But I think, understanding that hierarchy of street typologies is important. But you'll clearly see that in the traditional neighborhood, we do have more streets that are identified as Link and Network Residential. And, you can go neighborhood by neighborhood and identify whether we think it's appropriate or not. But I think, the methodology and the reasons we tied it to that street typology is because of their access to transit. Many of those streets are already serviced by transit. A acknowledgement that many of those streets already have either higher density or non-residential uses, institutions, government buildings, et cetera. And also just the proximity to business districts is higher. So from a planning perspective, having population density and more people in close proximity to some of these neighborhood business centers makes a lot of sense for those business centers to survive.
And it also doesn't mean that development projects would come before us with no parking. Folks can still build parking into their plans, just
Right.
not based on
Absolutely.
what we think is appropriate, but what the market.
Right.
Yep, so how I've explained it is it's really the city taking a step out of that conversation and making it more of what is the market requiring, what do people want, and also what can they get financing for. And so the city would just not be a factor in that conversation as it relates to these developments on those street segments. They could still come and build parking up to a maximum based on the ordinance. Okay. All right, so it's a lot of information. Ryan Kilpatrick will be here also, our housing practice leader that can help articulate some of the market housing needs assessment. Sorry, we're all getting tired. Housing needs assessment. We've also asked if the Rapid can be in attendance for the hearing. I know that Mobile GR is here and will also be here throughout this process. So really making sure that the Planning Commission feels like you have all of the tools necessary to make informed recommendation to the City Commission. All right.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Anything else to discuss?
Just a note that, today was just making sure we walked you through this to show you the changes. I do obviously see people here that might wish to comment in the public comment period, but the actual hearing is scheduled for your January 25th Planning Commission meeting. So
Be there, be square.
Yep.
Great. Okay, then I will open up the public comment period. If you are here and would like to speak, you have up to 3 minutes to do so. And yeah, if multiple people want to speak, feel free to queue up.
We'll be discussing and talking about the proposed soccer field in the coming future. And a couple things I'd like to at least get in front of you. One, community engagement. While the west side has been engaged by Grand Action 2, the John Bowl area, and Grand Valley, those of us that live downtown have not. And we ask that you please do what you can to make sure that public engagement is done for all those who are affected. Second, according to Crane's business publication, parking is not part of the project. It was cited that there are approximately 16,000 spaces available. There we go. Now we're even louder. With the 16,000 spaces available that Crane cited and Grand Action cited for not needing parking, those same spaces were allocated for the amphitheater and for the arena. So at 16,000 3 times, it's 48,000. You only have 16,000 spaces. So when I took math, that didn't work. So be careful and let's make sure we have enough parking. Third, traffic flow. Currently, when there's a major event at the arena, traffic is backed up on the S-curve on the southbound lanes for those exiting Market Street. I live and can watch the S-curve. It is backed up almost to Pearl Street. When the soccer stadium becomes operational, I'm going to be afraid that traffic will be backed up to 196. Again, on the southbound side. So from Pearl Street going north to 196, you're going to have traffic backed up. Anyone exiting Pearl Street heading for parking on the west side will need to cross 3 lanes of traffic because when you exit on Pearl, you're on the far left lane. In order to make a right turn on Fulton to get to the Grand Valley parking or any other parking on the west side, you have to cross 3 lanes of traffic in a very short period of time. And I'm not sure that's the safest thing. These are just a few concerns. So I'm going to sum up. Please don't let the shiny object of the soccer arena blur your analysis and due diligence that this project does deserve. I reserve the balance of my time for my great friend, Mr. Hibma.
Thanks.
Hi, evening. Dan Hibma, live in Barn Center, Michigan. I have a unit at the Plaza Tower where the amphitheater was facing south when we bought it, and now it's facing north. But we support the amphitheater project in general. And if there's going to be a complaint, it will be about the noise. So I asked the Planning Commission to have a public work sessions on the sound mitigation that the amphitheater is going to do. The submitted noise study did not consider the DBC sound, the bass sound. It only considered the DBA sound. The noise study did not deal with the noise impact on existing buildings, including the Plaza Towers. The city sound consultant said the report was lacking in depth. That's a quote. At your meeting in June, the architect said that the noise at the Plaza Towers will be less than 45 decibels. Less than a month later, he had a report that said it's going to be up to 92. Now, I've hired an acoustics engineer, Calano and Saha, who did a report, and they actually say it's going to be 102. So it's 45, 92, according to him, and now it's actually going to be 102. 80 is the sound of a Harley Davidson, 102 is the sound of a train whistle. Now that the amphitheater is facing north, it also will be going along with the prevailing wind, and that increase can be an additional 10 decibels. A 10 decibel increase doubles the perceived loudness. The City Council passed an amendment in the noise ordinance in July, and now you as the Planning Commission are responsible to set the decibels and also do the enforcement of your decibels. And that's before 11 o'clock, and then after 11 o'clock it goes back to the city. So it is quite complicated. The DBC is different on the DBC is on a different lower frequency range than DBA, so that when that car pulls up alongside you and all you hear is that noise, that's the DBC. You don't hear the lyrics because those are the DBA. They're different frequencies. So we gotta understand what the DBC is. The residents won't get a free concert. Existing ambient noise will not moderate the sound. The sound waves will bounce off the river and not dissipate. Regarding the outside and inside sound things that have been brought up by the architect, noise ordinances do not measure the sound from inside the house. It's usually at a distance from the property line or at the property line. I would expect to be able to use my deck and open my windows. Others have said that we should expect city noises and that not every song will be heavy on the bass. We do hear city noises, but a Harley Davidson or train horn in our home 52 times a year for all the part of 3 hours is not reasonable. The issue is that the berm and landscaping has no effect on the upper 22 floors of the 32-story Plaza Tower building. The sound will come through all of our windows. The applicant characterized that sound that it would be like a vacuum. I don't agree. But go ahead, do a test. Invite some friends over, put a vacuum in the middle of the room, stand around it, turn it on, and see how long your conversation lasts.
All right, thank you, sir. Your time is passed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Meeks. I'm 226 College, Heritage Hill. I had an opportunity to review some of the changes today and to listen, and there are a couple things that keep hitting me. And again, it's this concept of by right. I don't believe that I think that silences the neighborhoods. It doesn't allow them to have voices in some of these projects. I think that I understand that there's a need to balance the community voices with the city's resources and staff time, and I know that that's a part of what is going on in these discussions. But I think that this board has already acted previously in special zoning ordinances where they've sent out notifications to the neighbors that are directly around the certain projects. I would suggest that you guys consider doing that yet again for projects like the ADU to allow an outlet for the community to come and speak to the board if necessary. Under those circumstances, my understanding was that unless someone objected, it wouldn't come before the board. And I think that that's a way to balance the neighborhood's voices with what you're trying to accomplish by allowing people an easier process in order to fix things. Regarding the ADU stuff, there was no discussion originally about having ADUs in the front yard. That was something new to me. And you guys got rid of the short-term rental language. I guess the question for me on that is, it says that it must be leased or rented for at least 30 days. But then you guys crossed out the language that said, and shall not be used for short-term rental. Does that mean that you guys are in support of using ADLs for short-term rentals? Because now that the language is gone, all you have is the 30 days. The other thing that was discussed at some of these meetings was the concept is there a limitation to occupancy for ADUs? Or does the increase from 4 to 6
non-family or non-related family members allow for that size. And when you guys are talking a little bit about the size and saying, well, we'll move forward with doing what building code is, how does that get affected by that increase of 4 to 6 with a family? So when you talk about your family unit, having some kind of size requirement, I think is beneficial in order not to have a lot of people living in one space that might be too small for that space, but allowed under the fact that it's considered dwelling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa McManus. I live in Heritage Hill also. I wanted to bring up a different subject, and that is absentee landlords. Heritage Hill is being hit hard by absentee landlords coming in and buying up our properties. I read something that a successful city neighborhood is a place that helps sufficiently have people keep abreast of its problems so it is not destroyed by them. In our neighborhood, right now, we have less than 10% of the structures in single-family homes. That means most all of the neighborhood is actually in, multi-use structures. So we're a prime target for people wanting to invest. And I think if we could see the trends, a lot of the realtors in the neighborhood are saying that absentee landlords are buying us up. I think some of the text changes are actually spurring that on because it's giving them more opportunity for more profit. If you just look at, increasing from 4 to 6, that increases since, it doesn't really help people who want to keep the rents down. It actually increases the profitability of the landlord. Unrelated people are being charged by the head, not by the house. So those kinds of things are like a dog whistle to the investors. I'm really concerned that we have a destabilizing influence coming into Heritage Hill for sure, because that's the one I know of, but some of the other historic districts as well. So I would ask you to take a look at the potential impact of these changes in terms of what it does to the neighborhood itself. I know you're very focused on trying to provide more housing. Most of the historic neighborhoods are not going to really give the huge impact that you're looking for. I would ask that you would be very cautious about opening the door to destabilizing some of the neighborhoods we have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, here we go.
You to stay too long. You do want to have dinner tonight, right? How you doing? I'm Jeff Phillips. I also live in Heritage Hill. I've only been here for 32 years, so it's a short time period. I was born here, though, so I moved back because my wife says we have to. Everyone in Grand Rapids comes back to start a family. She says, like salmon. Couple different things. You're doing a great job as far as doing the analysis and thinking about what you're going to do for zoning to handle the social situation. All right? There's a social goal that you're trying to achieve to housing for as many people as possible, which is great. The challenge is not only doing that, but also the execution of it and how you're going to measure it for success. I haven't heard a lot of that yet. I haven't heard the benchmarks you're going to do and what's the proactive plan you're going to do to manage it. The problem is, if you're not proactive, it's very difficult to then make the corrections or the nuances to whatever you're doing. Right now, this is a financial game. It's going across the country, we just spoke about. All right? This is not about the goodwill of the community. It's about money. All right? That's what's happening. And even in Grand Rapids right now, if you go on Facebook, I can get a short-term lease, a medium-term lease for a house right now. And by the way, the economic return is better than a long-term lease. So the benefits of housing we want, part of the things that you're suggesting as zoning changes will dramatically affect how they actually put that on the market to get a return. It's about revenue minus cost equals profit. So my ROI, my return on investment, is about how do I manage that piece of real estate to the best of my ability? How do I raise the dollar amount that I make? How do I minimize my costs? So some of the changes you're doing, what I don't know is how we're going to proactively manage it to make sure that we get the end result, the desired result we want, more housing for people, and not have it go out of control. It's kind of like driving down the highway using your rear view mirror. If you're reactive versus proactive in how you manage it, we're going to be injured as a community, okay? I've only been doing strategic planning for about 34 years, so I'm a rookie at this. But I'll tell you right now, if you don't have a proactive plan how you're going to manage it and the resources and the personnel to do it, you're not going to get the outcome that you want. You're going to have basically unintended consequences that could be greater than, or worse than what you were trying to hit to begin with. And I would look at it that one, and we brought this up earlier, it was mentioned, one plan doesn't fit all. And if you are more targeted in your solutions in certain areas and measure it, in other words, you phase it, you'll probably have a better result, and then you can maneuver faster than if you do something broad brush across all of Grand Rapids. Because if you do it across and you don't have a proactive plan how to manage it, you're going to have some real problems, okay? Just only my experience in business tells me that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will close the public comment period. Anything else from the commission? All right, we're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.